It is Wednesday, the 9th of April 2025, 10 minutes past 1600 hours British Summer Time. We're live once again on Aqua24 Radio, Abramopa Radio, as well as Aqua24 Radio GH with another edition of Bamasu. Streaming live on all our social handles, Aqua24 Radio, YouTube, X, and on Facebook as well. This is where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts we come just to figure out what we can do in our capacities wherever we find ourselves to make Ghana a very beautiful place. It's about we taking a very conscious and active role in making Ghana a very beautiful place. No matter who you are, which capacity that you feel, your strengths, your capabilities, what have you have a role to play that can drive us closer to a very beautiful Ghana, and that is what brings us here. So if you are here for the first time, it is all about Ghana, and we are here to think about Ghana. To help you do that, come reasoning as a Ghanaian. Many a time, the experiences, the places that we've been through, among other things, makes us lose who we really are in our primary identities. In the context of what we're doing here, our primary identity is the fact that we are simply Ghanaians. But over so many years, the experiences and all the challenges, what have you, that we have been through, they move us to forget what we truly are. Some people value their tribe more than even they value their Ghanaian citizenship. Some people value their parties more than they value their Ghanaian citizenship. In fact, the list can go on and on and on and on. However, in a context of what we do here, if Ghana is the all that we can think of, if Ghana is the whole that we can think of, then you have to realize that if the whole is not taken care of, then all the other parts will have no ground to stand on. And all the other parts that we can make mention of in our dear nation Ghana are made possible because of Ghana. So if for any reason or at any particular point in time we tend to forget that Ghana stands to supreme, and that is where we should channel our energies in making it better, then there will come a time that our secondary identities may have no other leg to stand on. So what we come here is more about we using all the other identities that we may have as a channel, as a vehicle, through whom we will be able to make Ghana a very beautiful place. It sounds very simple. So simple. However, a lot of challenges stand in the way of we realizing that very ultimate dream for our dear nation Ghana. And those things that stand in our way, they are the very things that brings us here. to get them off the way so we'll be able to be on a highway of development. To this effect, you are humbly welcomed once again to Bamaso. And Chaka says, Runkuna de Mudo, de Mopipa and Comau. Maybe I will tip ya some pempens you will feed you at the A24 radio, Abrapa radio, and A24 radio GH. Say, social handles and also there. Maybe I will be a Facebook, YouTube, X at A24 radio. Then they baha and to Abunina say a very choir a bit to me afa. Now, what my Ghana, oh, a beautiful nation of ours. To me, afa and to mapa, Efra. That is all. Inti ifri sam pempensui ekoi ya benyina ya be nyina ne se ya be hwede ye wo se ye yetumi yo be bia ye gina kona bia ye te na ya ma wo my Ghana afa ye mu apie ni nyina eno no inti mesra ahobrase kwan so onya pie mu ha adwene se Ghana ni why Edde pa so bit my adwene se Ghana ni edde pa I mean adwene kese I fa mu pie no ete se Ghana size adwene fa mu pie no kire se ya adwene eba abema wo my Ghana akonanim so hwe na wa obedi hu adanse no hu se edde yie se obetimi adwene se Ghana ni enti sauti ani sele na natina na sarabedi akọ Dr. Ebenezer Amufa Boateng mesene papa yontu na nanketia yebobondi nda me wo samsafo abeta joint America for United Kingdom for abe ono so betwa mu quickly obeba so abe mi no kasa ache ko Ghana no buy no kra I don't know so abu so waka ho no mu se ko ya mo appointment bi na yenton ka bi wa I'll try and just have a word with you. Na yenchia of Akufi Chumberma, I'm so on so appears says on Wakopi Ghana, he's back to Ghana. Enjoying his time all the way in Ghana. Na Owahne Champon patron. I haven't spoken to you in a while. I think just about a week. I know you're doing very well. You're still on the road, keeping your eyes on the road. Your hands on the wheels as well. Beautiful. Na yenchia Spain of a body and Bema Benewa. That's right, Bema Benewa. Francis for of Akwame. The wonderful host. Wabomode. Whatever the case may be. And I'm to say or say Ujira Hunina Woda. And so no so yeah Jumano. Now quite say I'm for omo adwuma night omo gina honom na nso no wo moda enya asem kitwa o night workers ni bi honom a omo de na ehu driving omo driver na adwa omo da behind the wheels no in fact omo asem omo pa yes omo asem omo enti ofa kwa me ka se o gina ho a order no na metena se I could just imagine what he was going through, but whichever way he still had a support from Bombardier to make sure everything went on beautifully as well. Yo, yachia adofu nyina wie infantidi ni de dos so yakase ya ba nya de bibi na mum se oti ani wherever that you find yourself. Mr. Bochema so oti ani nko ade a ene me den jakase ya the mouth. And na ye wukwada enti questions and answers version of Bamaso. Yaba ebebuse bisa ya honsem ba ko mienu miensa that's all na afi yetumi ahwe kwan ebetumi afa etumi aye a better versions of Ghanaians na afi wo mano etumi akona nim fefefe kama so wo hwe wo mano wo hwe esu yi esu ai owi besie Yesu kura wantuma anye nyina so ai Yesu kwa ono nko antuma anye nyina entina wo kono ode nachi eja asomafo no so wo monto aso asomafo no so ko omukwa e kura Paul so baaye mo no so beto adwuma no so ma sese amanfo aba beto ato aso ma Dr. Jingu so ono so kura yebi Dr. Jingu kura ontumi nyina ze bibi kura so yebi odo bibi ne Dr. Jingo no minim say omunyina Paul ne soma wo mu say Paul ne hand the baton ne dem a wo mu I don't know so on identity no now on that grounds no nipa ba ko ntumi nya adwuma ne nyina na emom de e wo so utumi yo de e wo so yo right enti so hwe ne adwuma ne nyina in totality dia it will scare you, it may send you into a state of apathy, and then you may say hey GBCBNC because hey omaga na hwe challenge na da ho na enya challenge ketwa so yi yes I mean I had a privilege of getting a direct video from someone who was at a Galamsey site. Me share the destruction that was going on. Na me share yenu mai na omugina sa ateche wese mu chemicals wonsu nim among other things. Mema no so gina mu na me hwe de ekoso sa se ba ko ba me trimu say hey they say we there chemicals here be ko mase o be ko mu so be formase akọ mu the pan sans so asa some case you and dey be we as you mema no so sa right now when you look at some of these things it may tell you say hey hale o man dey nya dey be bi you might be tempted to say that. And that is why many people are throwing their hands in despair. But believe you me, whatever the case may be, kakrebia unsu betumi ayo. Yo. Yes, just do it. Just do it. Right? And I can wasem as you whatever that you do, who it is for. Right? You can wasem. Yanya di betumi aye. Said it bia. Right? A simple word or two to someone may be all that is needed for them to also discover their role, their purpose in this life, and as a matter of fact, to make Ghana a very beautiful place. To do what we need to do, what we have to do, what we must do, what we should do to make Ghana an amazing, fantastic place. Way. Now, and then few questions on the table. Send questions and answers. Name say Oniano pursue some of the practices that we do in order to remain incorruptible, right? I mean, corruption has been something that we always talk about every now and then. Maybe I will just say, maybe I'm from a corruption. Now I don't know if Aquameka say some married women were tested or tempted with some amounts of money, and then I say amount of £50. Would you cheat on your husband for the £50? Near 200. I could do 100,000. Hey, would you want to break down your principles? And then get 100,000 among other things. I mean, you see, honor amount for be justify say 100 you crowd yes meet me on the quiet side and meet my man be about say 40 and I say 50 and I say if you 60 crowd no so at the head half be an person share business be a cross here so enti on country no over 100 no what cheat naja why I mean you watch certain skits every now and then in those skits in your man be say a branch approach say or say on the how far so are you mad, are you crazy? So I'll give you money. No bossy can be so miss or bossy can as well. Say I was still on or banner to train home, not to train home, to train home kakra, right? I feel no atum so be an affair to train home, no cough no cough no asatum kakra. I feel now you know say dane I feel no the kid to a biaka home or say hey do you have protection nothing I do necessary or say let's go do it quick right okay let's most of them a prank and you know when they come to realize that was the case and also another thing altogether but the bottom line is said the nano maybe a trim your kind or see you've not been tempted hard enough, right? But whichever way we face temptations along the way. Now, based on what we choose to do, the practices that we put ourselves through, no, and a boy for us to be able to stand the temptations that come our way. Ebia will be and so here a two no one to me no here see na and until uba de bia we try to bono kasa fidie so no so on a two wa and ke bia would tia she form ama na hwewim, right? And two, right? You've not been tempted hard enough. Na say o hwe abrantie Joseph so Joseph the whole Bible no the anom ton no, right? As per the story in the Bible, no, it got to a time at the I didn't go to a fiasco, no, and it's yeah, Potiphar, now Potiphar per se, one Joseph, a dinkita horse walk across, so, not Joseph, and Penisa, there may be other we will say exceptions to the story, right? But we are taking the story on the surface of the pink sheet, right? And Joseph, he ran away, okay? Udwane o se da bi na de obeye sa de no sa udwane na se ohwe adia someone may say that was the biggest temptation in the life of Joseph, and he was able to run away. And the two questions that are coming out of Nkoma, first of all, dear now you at all times to remain incorruptible, right? Dear now you a bow to remain incorruptible every step of the way, right? And don't I say won't you, but right? But obviously you don't stay on the ground, you pick yourself up. But the bottom line is dear now you to remain incorruptible. That is one of the questions. And the other question is what is the biggest temptation that you were able to stand? The biggest so far. The biggest. When you say some the biggest temptation that he was able to stand. Yankwa homana so ne Sam emon komo. Sam so timi nka no I ready a ene bama so. Hey, okasa no. Hey. Ofun dey osem tough for bro. What my Apple system no all the way to the fullest. And let's see. Who you su headset na mebwa. Yeah. Now two frame one be hard you know. Na ke enhwe ade.
Me two frame.
Aha. Two frame na no only as a headset no.
Me two frame afi dey hote.
Me tipa.
Nti ni say a headset no one.
A headset no straightforward. No no. What I say? A headset no.
But me yen is sad. That means I have to find a way to put it on speaker.
Enti ni say no there. Yetimi identify a problem no nyasa. Enti no.
Yeah.
Enti also to headset for that's all. Why? To for. O sa dey ashame boa. Yeah. Asatiko.
Okay. Koso dey yan kasa another headset.
Hey, headset be so. Fa for bra me hwe. So. Oh, okay. Kwaji for bra, right? Na yeko ya no. Onso bra. Abe way. Bra. Yet me tone can it's still very faint. Very faint.
The two from Woody.
Okay, what two from? Okay, that's right. It's you know.
Afidi.
Oh, nessa me tika kra me tipa nkasa. Mete pa. Loud and clear.
I'm
Eh,
sure deal.
yo. Yeah, abutre
And I
pa.
say, me tone, me too, Nick, because my ear wireless headset, you know.
Oh, okay. Unti uti menene kama oh.
Yeah, because I put on the wireless headset and see.
Oh, okay. I see. Yo.
Anyway, I
Yeah.
say all better men can, I say better men catching. I'm okay, so.
Oh, but it should be it shouldn't be one way. It should be a dual system. So on identity no. Nti wote me nka a wɔsɛ me so mete wo nka na biribi ayɛ fine. Nti yɛnhyɛ aseɛ ne yɛnkɔ anim. Bama so
I don't catch your papa smiling.
na mpom te sɛ me nua.
Yes, so I don't book also.
Beautiful. Nyame adom me so me ho ɛden paa. Biribiara da ne kwan mu. Where it's supposed to be, right? Nene yaba. Check for briefly. Na fe yɛnkɔ anim. Why?
Yes, they can have personally a child, any in penny four, any in your more on a baby chair, you know, it should be. I'm sure it was today. Today is Wednesday, we better say hump day. Indeed. I'm sure everybody's doing well. And next, you cheer our most important people, the listeners all over the world, because, like I always say, without them, we don't have a show, we don't have an audience. So, thanks to everybody for tuning in
Mm-hmm.
and listening to our ideas and thoughts. At the end of the day, we are here to learn and grow. So, it should be, I'm sure everybody are okay. Yanko Yedem.
Beautiful. Yo. Yaba so de ani aba. Yamo America nkomo kakra. Ansana yako questions na eda table no so no. Em say mate say China for enso so omo pese omo hit back with the tariff issue. Na Donald pese wode ba no. Na
As of now, Donald, go ahead.
Em say empanyimfo bu bebi o. Wɔn sɛ asono mmienu ɛko ntɔkwa a enua nkuma a ɛwɔ enwura mu no wɔn na ɛbrɛ wɔn na ɛsɔfa right na ohwɛ deɛ ɛkɔ so yi a ɛm sɛ sese na akɔyɛ sɛ akɔyɛ sɛ edurumire bi wɔ Ghana wonyɛ matwoma a na onama ne na ase yɛpɛsi yɛsisiw wɔn. You know, people were just going into the gym just to get some muscle so that almost bit my weight around. More or less, no. The world is now turning into a place whereby will be a person who throw the weight around, not pausing to contemplate on the interdependency of life that we should all learn and embody. Uncle Sam, then I will come from home. Boy, nkomo kakra.
Yes, Papa Smiley, and I know what kind of interdependency, and I think say we are forgetting that to begin with. You know, for like several times, Mombadi has made this argument that America is the most strongest country on earth. They're so powerful and fine cuisine, blah blah. Like America, America is strong. They don't need nobody to a certain extent. That's the point he's trying to make. They can do it all by themselves. We can do bad by ourselves. So it's all America. And that might be true, but we seem to be forgetting that we all live on this.
Say say America can do everything all by itself. Sa no okano. Ana who are sure says I no okano.
One can is and I make a say to it seems like that's the point he's trying to make.
Okay, all right.
They're
Because
strong,
I wanted to
you
be
know.
sure says I no okano. Someone I didn't steal.
No, one can is
One can
but
is,
if based on the context and based on that's a conclusion that I am drawing, right? Or that's a conclusion that I'm drawing that based on the action of this administration, it's as if that hey, America can do by themselves. We don't need the world. We can do this by ourselves.
Okay.
And we seem to forget that we need to coexist. And okay, as of today, Yahiti China, I think the tariff is 104%. and Amama hit it back. I think they hit us back with what 84%, right? And Dra besides say this whole tariff, you know, who is responsible for it? Who's gonna end up paying for it, right? And people seems to be forgetting that again, it's just not going into effect. But as time goes on, we will all feel the heat because the reality is this: we all know, say Apple, they make their products in China. So when they are bringing those finished products back into America, now they have to pay that 104% tariff. Now, Apple could say, you know what? We have a huge margin or we make a lot of money. So, you know what? We will take the loss. We will take the hit as a corporation and we're not going to increase the prices for the consumers. But we know that's not what they're going to do. They're going to increase the prices on the end product. So at the end of the day, you know, you and I will end up paying for those tariffs, right? And that's how it's going to work. At the end of the day, it becomes a burden on us. That's one thing that people seems to forget. And you know, they keep saying that, hey, in the beginning it will be rough, but as time goes on, it will get better because the end goal is to force these corporations to bring the manufacturing jobs back into America. And I'm like, I sit here and I think about it and I say, well, let's say Apple finally say, you know what? Let's build the manufacturing jobs in America and get it done. When they come to America, they have to abide by our labor laws. At the minimum, they have to pay minimum wage for these things to get done, right? It's not gonna cost them. Now it's not gonna cost them. I'm just throwing numbers out. It's not gonna cost them just $10 to make those funds because they have to pay minimum wage. Maybe it'll cost them $20 to make those funds because in Florida, I think our minimum wage is like what $14 for non-tip workers, and I think it's like $10 and some change for tip workers. So when it costs them more to make the product, at the end of the day, they will still increase the prices on those products. And you will say, well, they brought the jobs back. Well, they brought manufacturing jobs. It's manufacturing jobs. It's not jobs that is going to really increase your income that much. So people have to do this math and think about it, you know? And we keep forgetting that fact, you know. Like, yes, I think say in the beginning, Kwabnaka say, oh, I buy so to say overtime, I'm on taxi, and so we get extra two, 300, 400. Let's say you get extra $500. What's the sense in it when you get that extra 500 and at the end of the day you're spending it on more grocery, you're spending it on more appliances, you're spending it on your car payment went up because now your car costs a lot more, which by the way, I'm glad I bought my car last year before all these tariffs went into place, right? So people are forgetting that we need to understand that we are not on this planet by our I mean, we don't live on this planet by ourselves. And to that point that Bombardier always make that America is so strong, they're so powerful. It got me thinking and I asked myself, but what makes them so powerful? Like I wish he was here so I can ask him, what does it think that made America so powerful? What does it think that made this country so great? In my opinion, I don't think it's because of their guns or whatever it is that they have, right? I think it's because they were able to cultivate relationship. They were able to cultivate like relationship and alliances with the rest of the world. There was an understanding. And you've said it here before, Papa Smiley. To whom much is given, much is expected. And the rest of the world always knew that, you know what, because we put our trust in America and America got to where they are, we can always count on them for them to be there for us, right? But now it seems like we're forgetting that kind of history, we're forgetting our ways that, hey, these people really entrusted us with this power and they gave us everything we needed, and that's how we got to where we are. You know, now we are running the country as a one man millionaire mentality, as if say, you know, if you ever get close to like when you get close to some of these millionaires and or when you just listen to the way they talk, right? Even though they have the most, if you see the piece of pie here on the table right now, meme ba, I'll say, you know what, let me just take two slices because Papa Smiley will come and he'll take one. Just leave some for somebody. But if you talk to millionaires or if you listen to their interview, they always draw the conclusion that, hey, we have to take it all to ourselves. I'm the only one. Let me take it all by myself, ignoring everybody else. And that's like the mentality of America right now. And it's just really, really frustrating that nobody, or I guess nothing can stop it. That's the sad part. But like Dr. Jingo said the other day, some of us, we will be okay. But we do understand that we are not on this planet alone. We don't live here alone. There are other people. We have neighbors, and therefore we must speak out, or we might, stand up for those people as well. It's just so much that is going on that is it blows my mind, Papa Samuel. Like I don't know how to put it. It blows my mind. Like, revoking students' visas, revoking press, the press licenses just because they're saying or doing things that you don't agree with. All of these things is just driving me crazy. Like, going after individual law firms just because they fought against you in the past, these things should be red flags for everybody else. But I don't know why some of us seems that business is as usual. Business is normal as usual. So let's just keep going. Or you know what? Because we're America, we're gonna be okay. At the end of the day, think about it. Russia was once a powerhouse, and then somehow, some way, they ended up being in isolation, and they're no longer the powerhouse, even though they have all those guns and nuclears or whatever. Is that what we want for America? Like, do we imagine if the rest of the world say, you know what, enough with America. Now let's all go and do business with China. Do you think America will continue to be the powerhouse that it still is? I don't think so. I doubt that because all the businesses will go to a different country. So we need to look at the bigger picture, think of others, not just ourselves. Anyway, it's a lot.
Wabɔ nkɔmmɔ paa na ɔn sɛ for us to understand the present, we need to look into the future, the past. Sorry, for us to understand the present, we need to look into the past, right? Because the who be in the present, the roots are just in the past, right? Said the war can say movie you'll be able to survive some said the material kasemuno. You are full of empathy, right? You don't think of just you yourself as an individual. You think of other people among other things. When you think deeply into when someone walk on you would realize you say you're cemented in your past, the things that you've been through, no, and I'm all grew to have such empathy with many people, right? When you observe some people of today and they don't have what you have, when it comes to some of the virtues that you've shared now, when you look into their past, you'll be able to get some ideas, some knowledge, so you'll be able to also support them. Say you know, yeah, past, we will realize our past is always in our present, and until we understand our past to be able to alter the present, and we won't be able to change the future. But what is our point, Nasi?
Matthias here, Papa Smiley. Matthias here. And you know what? Let me make one more point about. Remember, I said, I don't know if you remember, but when they started this whole deportation things with immigrant, I said, hey, I don't approve of the method, and I still don't approve of the method we're using to do it, but I get it at the end of the day. If they're here illegally, and if you want to send them back to wherever they came from, there's laws and rules, and they must abide by it. So let's send those illegal immigrants. And that was the beginning. But as it stands now, no, it's not just illegal immigrants. They're going after legal immigrants. Take a look at that Colombian student, all because the guy protest was pro-Palestinian. He protested on behalf of the Palestinians. And he's not the only student. They're going after students in Stanford. They're going after students in UCLA. If you have protested and they don't like your stance, they are revoking your green card. They are revoking your student visa and they're sending you back. And just yesterday, the press secretary of the White House said, you know what? Somebody asked them, we heard you guys are discussing going after citizens. And they say, oh, yeah, that's not off the table. If you are not going to abide by whatever rules or whatever laws. In other words, if you're gonna protest or if you're gonna say something that is against the president or it doesn't sit well with the president, we will revoke your citizenship and we will send you back to whatever, you know. So that these are some of the warnings that we started giving in the beginning. When it was illegal, we said, all right, sure, by all means, they're breaking the law, send them back. But now you're going after legal citizens, legal permanent residents. It's like nothing is off the table anymore. It could even be, say, you and I having this conversation, me criticizing him as I'm doing right now. No, I could be next because he didn't like what I was saying, you know. And these are the issues, the concerns that, you know, people should think about and, you know, put in their thoughts. It's not just, this is not a normal business. Anyway, keep on.
Yo, Anna, wa boss no. Several things. Say people rise to positions just to be able to settle some scores, right? And see, they use the power that they've gotten to settle some scores to be a emra scores no see and no needs our power no to be able to settle, right? And see, one way or the other no power becomes a trophy, and not a tool to promote and enhance life. When you want to understand some of these things, you have to look into the past. So, and then when you see here and there going forward, don't that seven no. Say oh can who said you was in can say one or among the rich elite, no, all from childhood, me boy.
All from childhood.
And yes, I know. Just I know, no, not bra bonnet and me boy.
Pepe.
Into no, si carry you who sa no, the abidru sam pempensu, yes, sir.
I don't think so. A deal here that I was so.
I see. So him say and also play a major role in how he does his things. So him say.
Oh yeah, and you know it does because you know in their mind and when you know you talk to these wealthy people or whatever, of course they want to do everything to protect their wealth to pass it on to their kids. So when there's any glimpse of light that somebody is coming after my wealth or whatever, no, it puts them on high alert. And you know, by all means, yes, protect your wealth. By all means, do whatever you want to protect your family. You know, you have to do that first. By not at the expense of the have-nots. You know what I'm saying? For lack of better words, not at the expense of another human being. That's what I'm saying. And you know, for you to incite fear or rule with fear, all because you want to protect yours and turn people against each other so you can have it your way. Like, how low can you get?
I'll say, how low can you get? When you are consumed by the fact that it is in the amount that you have that gives you happiness now. So you will always seek to add up to what you already have so that you'll be able to have the happiness that you think you are deriving from it, right? So straight out to the first question. You have maintained some level of discipline, principles, some virtues within you are for you to continue to have that empathy on other people. That is to say you have some practices perhaps that you do. And as the question went, what are some of the things that you do in order to remain incorruptible? So I say,
oh yeah.
And see, what are some of the things that you do that keeps you incorruptible? Remember, say the year Many a time we talk about our politicians, our leaders. Some get into yeah, the places of authority. Going there, no, one de adwempa and echo, right?
Mm-hmm.
One de adwempa and echo, but if you are kudru honom no, now they will be hit with certain things. They may not have some practices that they need to embark upon, so that at all times, they will remain incorruptible. Me papa abedi akyiri yɛn ka ne saa ha deɛ odi papa akyi na ɔyɛ driver
Mm-hmm.
so na ɔdrive bi a ɔsɛ ɔwɔ paracetamol ɛwɔ ne kaa mu na deɛ nti a ɔwɔ paracetamol ɛwɔ ne kaa mu no ɛnyɛ sɛ bi a ne ti yɛre yɛ anaasɛ biribi saa na especially ɔsɛ bi a ɔdrive anadwo a na sɛ n'ani kum a na wayi paracetamol no bi na sɛ ɔde baako sɛ wɔbɛbu kakra na ɔde ato n'anum nti ɛnwono no a ɛba n'anum no ɔho ekipu na awake ɔno ne deɛ no obi wɔ hɔ a ɔba mmɔden ara sɛ ɔde sokodua ɛbɛto n'anim no wɔwe ɔho ebi wi bese right ebi wi chewing gum so on the identity na obiara ne deɛ just to stay awake. In the similar vein, at the end I owe you no a bow will remain incorruptible.
Papa Smiley, for me, it's rather simple. And yeah, I think you kind of say like Kawichi, and that's a Kai baby out free. Like I try my very best to always remember baby I'm a free back. And I never forget like the grace or the opportunity or the chances that I had to get to where I am. So just keeping my humble beginnings in mind, and along the way, the graces that, the graces or the opportunity that I received along the way to get me to where I am. And as I go forward, keep having empathy for others, right? I'm consistently in every decision I'm making, I'm always putting myself in others' shoes. So me know you be yes, I have my points, I have my view, I know what I want. But at the same time, it's like, okay, if I was in Papa Smiley's shoe, I'm dealing with him. What would he want? Like, what do you think he expects from here? What do you think he wants to get out of this transaction, right? When we come here and we getting this engaged, right? I mean, having this engagement right now, what is Papa Smiley expecting from us being on the radio? I try to put myself on your shoes. Like if I was that end and I was the host, what do I think that Papa Smiley would want? So just keep my humble beginnings in the background, appreciate the grace and the opportunities that I receive along the way, having empathy for others, which also means putting myself in others' shoes, Those three things always in my head, I it keeps me humble. It reminds me that you know what? I did our better way. So offer way, what will happen to the other. I think that's what keeps me from, being corrupt or doing things that I'm not supposed to do. What am I saying?
I see. Let's just say, your life is a constant reflection of every action and inaction that you take. Yes, sir.
Pepe. Keep it that way.
I see.
Because I think, see, like we were talking before, the minute you forget where you come from, it becomes an issue. That's one. And perhaps, your beginnings might not be as rough as mine, so you could not care. Example, Donald. So you might not care, right? That's one thing. But even if you don't have those humble beginnings, along the way, do you remember the opportunities or the grace that you received to help push you through certain doors, to help get you through certain path? Do you remember those? I'm sure everybody had received some sort of grace, whether you survive a sickness or whether you escape an accident, whatever the case may be. And I'm sure everybody receives some sort of opportunity, like my job right now. When I came in, perhaps I didn't have require skills they were looking for, but they gave me the opportunity. They gave me that trial, and I've proven myself. So now I'm here. So that's an opportunity that I receive along the way. And when you're at the top, do you now look down on others, or do you empathize with them? Do you put yourself in other people's shoes? Do you try to see, hey, this decision that I'm taking, how is it gonna affect, of a body? Like this decision that I'm taking, how is it gonna affect him? And I'm not saying ignore your feelings. Always put yourself first, and because if you don't take care of you, or you cannot help anybody else. But when you have these things embedded in your head along the way, now it helps you to be a better person, for lack of better words. You might be corrupt, but at the end of the day, maybe not so corrupt. I've always say politicians in Ghana, no, yes, those I know see those still from us. But if you have a little bit of empathy, or if you can put yourself in the average Ghanaian shoes now, instead of stealing like $1 million out of a show personal, maybe I'm covered for just 200,000. So I think it helps.
Okay, all right. It's the biggest temptation be pa na wow to do those says we are the biggest one I faced, and then I was able to pull through. To say Joseph there.
Charlie, nyashia. No, not you coming. Obi na tell you woman but us power there woman in high. I think they there. I wait till they there, right now.
Oh, so
I know.
Over such I say biggest temptation pa was who face ya na nyash ana utimi adwane fa ho nyesa ana wo hwase.
In the past, me share say, but you're queen and with the me yard.
Oh yeah,
Me journey frame.
I see.
But in the past, you shall see any day me share sick.
Okay, I sing a crank. So, but why your whole mama to say no? Utimi pa ho, yes sir.
Utimi pa ho.
Okay.
Me even the two chain.
Good one there. Good one there. Young Connie of our body you can't say of a chumberry mansa, right? Experienced man, and then I'll come back to you with other stuff. And to offer chum, so what me can Bamaso.
Yeah, I think Casio.
Of our God, yeah. Good one there. Good one. You offer now. What could do Ghana now?
I maybe do Friday.
Oh, okay. I see.
It's the only 9 days because I remember when I was power.
On passing the hour, Hanessa.
David, I wanted to say,
I see.
Now, the year medical career, and I mean, I finished with young baby, my medical was okay. I've seen the children, so. And I was waiting, I'm sure. And then the price of ticket kept increasing. In fact, up until last week, Wednesday, there were 6 different sites. I don't know. British Airways was going for £1,200.
Wow.
Yeah. Into a trainer, maybe penny no course site for me. E-Dreams. And when you tell them, now I 722. And I'm sure that's better than the 1,200. And I'm a grab we quickly. I passed through Amsterdam to get to Accra. Yeah. And it was good because that flight came of flight. They gave me 2 baggages. Nobody had one. For the second one. When I had to save like BA.
That's right.
One more in-flight service is far more better than British Airways. The full 7 o'clock. Oh yeah, KLM is far better. British Airways one more day, I don't know, maybe. Tasteless, rubbish, and yet. But KLM flight, it was good. It was rice, but well cooked, tasty, and it was good. I enjoyed it. And actually, I didn't have to travel all the way to Heathrow or Gatwick. I came in from City Airport, London City Airport, which was nearer me.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very small airport. In Tiama, check-in, and 10 and yet, we bring pub. Oh, yeah, Kakre. No, not just say you 2-3 City Airport, London, Amsterdam. I may hang around for 3 hours, and then I was on board coming to Accra.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Now, could you so be a boko there?
We are not no she. So, but no pay you 3 years, sort of about 6 clouds in our crying there. I could you not to bear 1 hour until I reduce temperatures in our car back home coming. So, it's very nice.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Now, political atmosphere also to say Kakra.
Ghana politics, they said they want to hear MPP and DC, and they say some degree. We say, oh, and then me and the CPP also, and crimes here were some challenges here. But important about I got to let it be, and say Friday, a church, almost say member asylum down, head office or a meeting, and we are 1 p.m. Mr. My break, I wanted to take a nap. I think I said, make my way out to asylum down to attend that meeting at Trench. It's not Thursday, Friday. And that I'm saying they're still ongoing. I'm just listening. Say National Security for one more call. MP back. It's a friend Team Fort Joe or something. Yeah, they are in his house as we speak. But MPP for also in our hands. Also in their numbers, they numbered about 50. So I know something about me 88, pay mobile 50. It's me a call or more colleague, here or into National Security for man. Or month me on fire, a MP now call. Until there were a bit of noise, they're still developing. Over check their cost as we run this program. Be brave. That is Ghana. We are making no progress, just noise making. And I pay the America for tax. I would take tariff 10% over there slap on to Ghana. You ever my exporter for America and so I said, and I will withdraw US aid, so. It's good. I hope they pay. We look inwards and then start to do things for ourselves. We have been taking handouts for about for years. Now they've drawn that handout. We see giant corruption. Corruption is bad. That's our biggest problem. There's enough scare in the country to run the administration. That's so that is that for now.
Okay.
It's I'm saying it's still ongoing. So will be able to can we do it? Can we can't say no? So it is sad the way we're doing this to ourselves. A very beautiful country called Ghana. Rulers, woman, papa. No credit, congenital liars, and that there's no deterrent. Me say solution. I say, will be over first states like ECG cables here are ready. It's obvious. Then how did those cables leave the harbor compound? Because every step of the way, they are the paper tray. Somebody have to sign to approve the inspection. Even the last checkpoint to crown the security gate will be also yes, container no APN that has been approved, signed by so Mr. Aqua, and I approve. And you will be or allow a container move from A, B, C, copies of the last checkpoint, a P back crowd. Not just say, woman, now be a complicit. We don't need any wide investigation beyond how did the containers, it's a free harbor, ABP in crime. That's all. You cannot leave your friend say harbor without getting a clearance by 2, 3, 4 officials at the harbor. So in the moment, when we approve, they have to append time and their signatures and the stamp. So thank of phone they should be picked by now. They should be locked up in cells to tell us how the containers left the harbor. By now, they should not be in their home. They should be in cells. That's the crew had there. Why wouldn't you say this here? They are still at home. Almost saw a movie. I don't know. Congenital liars no dɔɔso paa.
Say we've lost our way. So
Yes, it's one thing.
We lost our way. But the question is, we can remain lost forever.
Then somebody have to.
What was that? Offer. Say that here. Say that here. You find say we drive home, and our car will full on your full tank, right? Oh, baby, Anna wire. Oh, say yeah, say you can't remain lost forever. Oh, several things could happen. If you are along the way, no. O be hunu nyansa ebusu obi no akire say o kwa ha ana wire ana ebi nso ho no mo a obaye no ho say I'm self sufficient among other things in some aye kan into obe drive wa ono so onyira on remain lost forever na be kwa akọwie say ne petrol kura be de be ebesa ebi kura na o san so sika ewo no bottom a obeto petrol ni bi e de aguso umuso bia ubetwia kopem se osika no nyina besa na opetro no nyina asa enti so you won't remain lost forever. But the most important thing that we want to say for how long and you realize say yaira na ya take steps to turn around.
They're okay material, but yet because we will not be lost forever. That means now change so na get lost forever na come for the na almost they are stealing more in the system. And they say clear one when you restrict yourself to Temahabo and ECD containers. The obvious people are what we are involved in. It's obvious. At least you were the last checkpoint. And that's a car to free Habo or PG now. No, somebody will inspect, see some paperwork will be assigned. Those people are there. I mean, a deal over here. Now, SOB, Mr. Kofi Chumema, so assigned on the time, or the scene that was at stamp position to find, said container, it has been inspected, approved to leave the harbor vicinity. That person was here, from a semi by to that person should have been locked up in. I guess here, the person who gave approval for the containers to leave the harbor last checkpoint, OD paperwork. I say paperwork in what the other say the man is not doing his job. Still, I say it's because that is somebody's job to inspect a vehicle beyond a free tomorrow has been inspected. The Juano a profitable business. That's my department, security chief. The last checkpoint. Container et me appear free harbor, a be a copy pong, a be a pia shama, a be a pia swedro. How did these containers get to these locations? That person, the friend Kofi Chumeba, where manager, security manager, he should be picked up now. And yet, next month, May or June. Now, that is what I'm saying. Near Kenya, we will not be lost forever. That is why is still a post. Yeah, all grow more wings. Over some people be asked to be cross half him. No. It should be picked up if we are serious. It is somebody's job to make sure.
Me say action needs to be done. So now we can't be lost forever. No, it's in totality. So say okay, say we need to track our steps back. Now you how our containers it's free. It's free. I mean we and big deal crowd. Simple if we are ready to do it, right? Very, very simple. We container in Japan will be the action of Butumana. I mean, container in Japan. And I will be at the Alpha. I might say, and say some of these things, acquire a group thing. And yet one person, several number of people who come together to do this. We cover way now, and everybody will keep a blind eye on certain things, and then the whole thing just sails through nicely for them. So they are density, but or maybe she serious. Only say sometimes say when there's even a crime here in the United Kingdom, some of the images are used to track the person involved. People's privacy CCTV cameras. And he say even say government cameras need be from Puna and to me and capture Sadi they might have quite for baby you bet to me you bet me camera be a capture. Some of all these things, if a nation is very serious, they will embark upon all these things just to get to the roots of some of these things. But a who group thing now the people also at the top, they are not ready to take matters to the top gear. Let's just say over. We will continue driving around. We will continue. We will continue driving around. But say in your own life, what are some of the things that you do to remain incorruptible?
Say certain awareness. But I couldn't say me I see corruption to remain incorruptible. I should do the every be I have to do the right thing. Me and the opposite, then I'm being corruptible, and then I could face the consequence. Be aware of that, be mindful of that. So that informs me, say, it is me ABC. Discipline, a certain level of discipline. That may hold dear to my heart. Because mine hold dear to those principles really are. I'll do as others are doing, then eventually I'll get into trouble. So a certain discipline, lifestyle discipline, principles to be, and yet so I will not create any red flag. That's all. Maybe my the meaning of meeting me, the answer I'm meeting their man. And that I remain, because I know there are so many things others are doing. Or more be a corrupt, and yet but still are doing it because they are. I see them say, "Warming unnecessarily daring," and they know say if their cup is full up, they'll face the consequence, but they still do it. So, foolhardy. Say, you be a Ghanaian, we believe the we. Then I say, 2 days ago, a young Ghanaian student to be or to London. Yatino Mutala Airport, Lagos. Also a coach school, University of East London, a computer science student, 20-year-old. Will fly from London to Bangkok, Burma, or a cold Lodu suitcase full of cocaine. Or travel on Ethiopian Airways. A stop over our Mutala Airport. You go a large check for you be a cocaine ship. So Yatino. Yabusana was one day, will be the Sumano, he was high to. He's just the messenger. The Sumano on coffee suitcase in Bra. So he was aware. Said the Obusam said, "Dear Mayor, I inform me my incorruptible in my life." It's all the catch them say, "I'm teaching me fly to Burma and now Thailand coffee suitcase in Bra." Maybe I say, Obi me too kind, me too kind. Who to make up how? I said, "I be who the contents." That's a thing I mean. Not in China percentage. I remember me to say that is a mini principles. Of course, a risk. Say, boy, Ghanaian student Mutala Airport, Lagos. So Chino and car be away a good percentage of the proceeds. But yet, they say wouldn't the feet. You're able to knock out way. We say where you're over 80 or you're adult, and you be dinner and well, prison sentence. I really require people to back out. So, holding on to certain, discipline and certain principles in them, I mean, incorruptible. Be aware of those the consequences, and I'll never be a foolhardy. Certain risk I will not take. No, I will not take them.
So, okay, David, Gamana, no, or Jana Bansura, who say will be the so okay.
Besheba, my friend Besheba.
Says David now on one a cool Goliath, no.
I want to.
And let's say at some point,
yes, you cry. What you can go on sending pass. I call you body boy. Yes, you some Bible just say, "Oh, heaven, what's the right hand side of God? What you will be iron in your door? I'm sama. Yes, Papa na cannot be. They will take you full control. People we are. Yes, all heaven.
Now, so himself facing the consequences of Sanyama now. Yeah, so him sir.
Yes, in the man back home. Absalom and say, "Why? When the sister cry, died in the money. So then, what's SMP?
We go through the effects of our courses, no, for us to learn, right?
Yeah, courses.
Now, said it. The entire man about David Dean and they say, well, say at some point, you know, now we Yankupon, I find so Yankupon down for pa, right? Obia Nyankopon born a chido money to me ku Goliath there. So on identity no. Let's just say he had some favor with God. But at some point, you know, he couldn't stand. What he asked right? Now I said the what can say you put in some practices here and then. Has it ever gotten to a point you boss just to hold on to your principles, but never has it ever gotten to that point before?
Oh yeah, said will be honest inquiry, which I think I am. Yes, my yes, some mistakes growing up. Maybe I've been in power, I know the consequence. Now with my eyes open, that I walk into a gutter, I do the stupid thing. If I got away with it, so I have to face the consequence. So I know I've been through all those areas, you know. Yeah. And into the American, I know in retrospect, you know, the catcher said, no, at this age, you know, why should I be so daring and foolhardy? You know, no, I want my peace of mind, you know, live peacefully. Mindful, say where I am now, age 77. I'm halfway there, you see. So I just have to live because I used to be if you see, I'm not consequence be maybe I'll die in a very no, I cannot face it. No. Where I am, when I was young, I could play with foolhardiness in my name. Of course, youthful exuberance. But where I am now, today, no, there's no youthful. So I'm not a youth anyway. And exuberance, largely youths. You see, the adult. The adults in the exuberance, we are not just away penny. So I'm not behaving those ways. So I just try at best to do all the right things, peacefully, quietly, daily, have my peace of mind. Yeah.
Wafa, thank you very much for being so honest. Say, sometimes, in the midst of our principles, right? What to me say? What should I say, David? Right. I'll come back to you
quickly.
Quickly.
Mamika quickly. Na famobi. Ye on. Ye Ghana for do no ye na do no. Ye wo bibi we ho. Ye ni tua pass ade ye enye. Enso ye se be ye. Na se consequence ni ba. Afi na afi taka bi se obi ko ade ato no. MC friend pa bobo sa no. Woko eyiase a wota ko ekurase ye na se a omu twa petition. And no record see the Kai was say, and you many will be the BBI. So will be the need down pa no could react yet, and now I could diacoladi. Yet tell me a bono was in one will be the no one will be the dear, we will be the yes. How will be wine? So what's your yammy can say?
That's right.
Some I actually at the point of Yachino was in your one, but some will be would the BBI. But some in the buy a year, Miss Anna, not what I show or that show. I didn't so. And yet, but some, I don't know. And run up a city. A collabi with the Mitam National, where excellent to me more quickly. Now, me a quabon teen after 2 BB. Be peer free, me fear anyone who's a young guy. Not with liberty, minimum also name me. I feel me, Corbett 50 years, now me told me. Me ye purse free me back pocket and I'm shops and we are about rapper. And to me ye person who say me ye escape from inside the person pocket. I can't do it now. At young money. Say why calculations he said or pay me or the format pass. He said, you had no format in Crown. Watch, I'm a good morning. Mission say good morning. I said, oh, excuse me. I'm saying, I live with my brother. Long story short, me man is can koto Adrian in your service of man is can. Now you go to a church. One point now. Sasa mo kanche. Keskan kwa beche ubi. Now the church kwa be mu no. Kwa sasa we as pass all the church bebe. Ubi ebe pe wo bu kwa sia. Oso kwa sorry wa ha. Enti Bible na church ro koye no say man the right church be catch and say nye do community. And so Bible na em. To kika kasa channel say me sure the whole day me so me need you open na me ko pɛ duane. O si me mo scan ko trade. Me so me ko pɛ scan bi na so me la trade duane. Me no we the same thing. Enti asa kwa we because one ready fia na one be prepare ha. Ya me say twa na kakra na obaka so onye. Obeye duane kwa na wonye ni. So kika na kwasa se na so kana se free oko. Me kwa me so I come to the whole day me need. Na me say kwa me say on free oko. All about the form. Also, you place a free bottle which is cow. I'm sure. Now, also, quite sorry, dear. Okay, obvious. The Bible part what you say, dear. Okay, you go to the church. No, I catch yourself with open sky. I say, church, is there. Bible teaching you, just say, what's a new European who you either you're a farmer or a shepherd. And the Bible just say, Ubia will process, produce a tent or book of Malachi. Now they are caught up with them all. Let us one way be and say, boy, I'm will be. Nanka a tent will be always cannot tent a common suffer. Near ye can church are more woman Libyan, Samaritan work. I don't know. So you go to the church to get some intensity to buy what to eat. That's why you go to. Now, me, baby, I'm I mean, how go to the church? Well, one point is like, chapel will be an see what Echo Shalom Sports. I'm saying, one go no suffer. What did you call 4 tithes and offering? Or baby, be a man, they are kotoko. That is what the Bible says. It's written there. The book of Malachi. That's how baby from. Then you mean, I'm sure to commonly be given. Meaning, when you are a pepe, and you can also call suffer, man is why. What I talk, I say, Bankuna, you say, my crown of cloth. And to your home, a tithe will be a tenth of his earnings. That is what the Bible should teach. If they are teaching the right, they're conducting the right teachings, and they are. The church has a responsibility to feed you, especially when you are down and out. Comfort you to your tithes. You may eat tithes, can be a man. Now, what they are taught. That's the responsibility of the church. If they are doing the right thing, that's what they should do. And now you should demand, because often say, who need to come to bar, I saw fear or suffer the most can control a bit.
Okay, it's the action that you took, in your best understanding, an action you thought it was what is needed to help the person come to some awareness. Yes, sir.
I saw be no beach. If I would say one call as well. And the church business is to help the needy, the down and out. That is solely one of the duties of the church. And this is who be the book of Malachi. I'm sure they will expand it more. And tithes, tithes, a tenth of your produce. Now you are here, woman, so or no be a farmer, no be a shepherd. And this guy at the about a piano near you be the need, boy, no, Michelle. One way you need you only be. Where you need it, you go to a church place. Parishness, will be out to the same couple. Now you're tension. Now you're talking. That's the first point of call. Then you mean, come, Mrs. come to me, Mr. Yes, I mean, cause I saw one day or so were a member of the church into a cohort. Who may not help intention?
Okay, all right then. You and see in your view, dear, I saw that I was say,
that is one of your key responsibilities of the church.
Even so, say, I saw the sick. I am into your school fees. And mom was saying among other things.
And then I mean, so Ghana for us also mean could be because you see, one more those interpretation I find say allow me, you're very stupid. So, I'm sorry, Abrofuna, I'm sorry, about Africa. Since Ghana for a year, we said they have become more Catholic than the Pope. We can't say any true Bible. Omuntiasi, na me the woman kakra me sent me tiasi say. Some no be in London. London hono King James version Bible kakakana the popular one. See a throw England, the King of England. One will come see my trust and see a friend King James version of the Bible. England or a sorry pass any Ghana. There are more churches in Ghana than it is in UK. Why? And yet look at the Africa. So, Massa, you when you sit down here deep analysis now, you question so many things. But for now, me chair say, they know my chair say, "What sorry, what they are? Sorry, you were under a tree. It's just about 5 minutes. Walk the whole not 1 minute. Scacoto a abitibi dialogue. No, me they mean that is the job, the core function of a church. Also, a man will cause us to a cohort or suffer any parishioners, you know, one man. And no class, one not Tuesday, Saturday, Wednesday. One be a big church, pa, nipe 100,000. One musa productive hours of the day, and pa 8 o'clock to 10 hours. And kola and nam drum swa kaya ye elswa niemaninya 5 series, you know. A man be told jane tomatoes, pepper. These are the productive hours of the day. No, we see real estate. We've been working for 10 years. They are still in the same plight. You see, when you tell them they are stupid, they want to fight you. That is the productive hours of the day. And the church, you know, it's almost 99% a ma. A ma, one traders all Ghana. One more yet very ambitious. There are a lot. There are some women in Ghana. They are so resourceful because they are traders. Almost capable. There's women's empowerment organ. You see, a quality of a maybe I measure organ. Women they are all traders, they have money. Money power woman some woman could trade up with them, woman get Komakola. It been one up 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. But you know, 6 millions of cities. They reap, they sell. And make travel to China for container but Tonyama. And yes, papa. Now, so what kind of over church up with them at TTM? Jesus, with many tools, so at the end, and we had the radia. And 1 more years, now we had another. You see, those arguments, you know, what the emphasis here are. And you're so illogical. Papa Colas and Sa and Yejuan. So, me, I support the women who are 1 more Macola, 1 more Kajeti, they are working hard, they've got millions of cities. They are working, they are doing God's duty. Almost sitting down East Level War. Just how we are doing when you say, can I see our dialogue? Now, can I go back to up with them on TTM? And ready, yeah, they need to so I had nonsense shows that human stupidity on the highest degree. And they remain poor. And then they say, you see, they always have an excuse. And I'm going to send me and then and now 1 more years comes reaction because me this kind of human stupidity I hate it so much. Akwanura made them say me try to say this can work to the other me so uncle chapel why chapel no one of their core duties is to help the needy. And look at the book of Malachi meaning verse by is there. One more in the Bible maybe you apply one by one can me can buy a book of Malachi. Wakase komjina osofo no ni sofo ma me no wombe man skari bi akoto anopa be 8 o'clock ye ton koko ni wachi no they are to be. That's the duty of the church. And yet me it's not my duty. The church that's their core function. They should do that. Anyone knows you?
Yo, offer coffee chumbarema and boy and tuano my narrative as you. Abrantia will share on our person or dinner meeting Virginia Botunska. What ten baby our uncle Uncunyes be.
Yes.
Was say Nadia Nidia Mudia. That is the best approach our fire. Yo, offer chum. Thank you very much. Now, young call offer body so I need to prompt offer Kwame or Bombardier just to get on and then it's Wednesday, so you know the drill. 6 o'clock, I'm out of here. Enti mama of abodi emra of abodi we are I come to you Bombardier. Why? Enti of abodi say why ready now to me nkadia bama so.
Ma Bombardier mra o
excellent. You ene Bombardier. Yankwe say why ready abama so.
Adwin kese na pome.
Pom ye na awunso e.
Yes, we ho ye pa, ye ho ye.
Excellent. What in common na o de say ja wonim drill no dada. Enti no bon komo na uwia na wa pass ama of abodi. And there question and answers. The first question was what practice do you do to remain incorruptible? And
what practice do you do to
remain incorruptible?
Okay.
And said yeah, Joseph, the biggest challenge pa who share with me dwane Spotify say odin sabe fantri ho na wona ye bibi no udwane ye. What has been your biggest temptation that you were able to run away from it? Bombardier, boy nkomo.
You ne ye be che abedwafo nyina ejachum eja say eja hinu na Sam na mama kenyina meki rapini representing Greensboro, North Carolina, fantastic state. Ene Ghana fo nyina say owa nso obeba na Shalom o Uruguay or Hima Mandy and the first lady of Aquinfo Radio. Ene o mama kenyina ye man back nso no also Germany. Ena minua penny kwabna agreement nso Hamburg on so tie ne any all listeners of Aquinfo Radio mutie all the frequencies no maka say eye conglomerate enye radio nko a TV ka ho MC ni na opese we wedding engagement what the year offer Papa Smilia but the caravan no na ni cruise no beba na omabobo nnwom aye MC so ama kama ohwe Papa Smilia o dress kama African wear no wa share the Santiago shoe no kama obeba Germany ni bono so nyina enti said ye na abefo social media no so ye wo Twitter enka ne ye friend X no ukwa no mia so wo share no so unya de pande dia said ye ejechum kai no Philip nya sempa no okaka che Natane ka se na ade papa be bitumi free kan se Nazareth na Philip de woni Natane nya chinye o se come and see enti se nya akonto do ne se papa se other radio station na ye inviting kofo na omusu ntimi mbra na meti asempa no na no betuma boa ma baby a omutie na enya adepa no omuso betuma sua de na omuso spread message no na yetime depopulate sa lack of knowledge na koso no nti and that's why questions and answers there said the enimu no ye be yen sa nti Papa Smile ebe kwa na se media ma de me kan say se wo hwe ade a onipa bia no said Yesu kai no was temptation de beba only naive people na kasa the temptation na ho se anyone kan ni ka Genesis chapter 3 kan ni ho obonsam the tempter ni din no sa friend no usurper or no that for the enyen de no abeji and also say the dragon into temptation no ho anything na Bible ka say ono Yakobon do test on tempted inti no maybe temptation no na elidi call in social mu so inti no pi to me attract ewiase no anyway said the 1 John chapter 2 verse 17 banika no or say ewiase nyina no problem say ewiase nyina ye eniwa kono wonama kono any asetemu awawa eno na from 1929 or the chro ye na says no bragging about life achievement education achievement unity as humans there as we go by any day we face so many things but say Yakobon so make us free moral agents into wo kwan say wo be ma ade bi attractive and say attractive so enti ye papa na nanom di ka Adam and Eve no Eve had every reason to reject the tempter's devices in fact ono kra no Yakobon that day man wo chem say mundi aduane baby e wo bia 99.999% 0.1 per aduaba no kra mundi dite ma mundi cause Adam bidim bewu that is a very fantastic ebia kaminam kwaye ni mwana makohu adua we said Yakobon anka nche bidi am Yakobon so anka nche we di ya ka kire o akose your constitution ne wo o ma bia wo ne bylaws ne laws ne regulations and into ya ka kire o say that enti no woko school say we say ya we nya a rustication we a indefinite suspension when we definitely ya kan na a breach of school rule no is a breach of common sense. So na ya na achimota for ye canon a breach of school rules, a breach of common sense because the school rules ni na ma. And the papa no ma bebre yo ha e attempt ye enti ade a me no pese no my family say a remote control which in Bofune self control me say remote control so we share TV a we share programs bebre o ma cables no DSTV ne o be o Amazon Prime ne one bebre more than 2 channels but o be 5 pe abia enra na ye program we na ebi so hwe Real Madrid na yi no enti say bia ututu ni TV no na wo hwe Real Madrid na say Real Madrid no enya ade a kondo a ade na wo ye wo change channel no so programs be bro so ay adult program ebi so wo kohwe say dey be akra de enya makra na o de parental guidance controls atoso enti akra na ye wontimi hwe enti no once a we free moral agent there wo no be decide you the open it their own pay obi say you inside was a shirt ne de no obi say said ye ejachu kai no bible na kan say ensan person adwuma mema ni didi enti brantia baba wa wotumi adwuma na yi na so so kobokro no a wona o ma na attractive enti me there ade boa me say be fam say remote control me hwe ade nda say ade there bi na me anka sama change channel no na me mpem ho ase na makọ na mom say me ma na attractive me there na me na maye. So she Joseph yi na wo se Yakobon no Bible nti na say Bible ni gyan Bible book library enti bibia bi wom ubenya literature ubenya sociology ubenya science ubenya chemistry physics politics ni na democracy ni autocracy ni wom and religious types of religions ni na bi wom enti sa wo she Joseph de na Yakobon e ma ne by for a reason say enya insane ho Bible ni in fact ni na example to yeah and cause all time no Bible na the why Tanakh na Hebrew Bible no and na other pagans ones o mo anso nchiro ye na eko by then the Bible no ade bia pese hu bi Yakobon aka ni nyina abom amaye it from Old Testament to New Testament ye hu ti wo share there's a group of people who live here abanti bo na friend Joseph or the David ebi also in front of Bonsam obi so the God obi say then no mo ye no so that to de ho so na ye bo obra enti Yakobon ma Joseph de ne baye because Joseph de obi a no ne papa manya na to so say na gofonim Joseph na ne maye 13 na de bi ka 12 na nye 12 Joseph na manye 12 ne mamma na ye 12 ba no baba ye friend Diana ne yire penia Leah wo ye enti Joseph no to so enkra ni nyina no so ye ka say say 12 cause last born na Benjamin but na Joseph na papa panasem pa 18 nyana mu se omakunu na omoton no ma Ruben kwapeni na beje no e na omoton ma Ishmael for nso ton edba Egypt omoton ma Potiphar ana Potiphar nso we peni pa o Pharaoh abebum ni fie wo hwe Bible na bibie nu a Joseph ni access to or see the only thing na only access na yire emra na yire nu so Joseph a strong man na say na otubi say mojamu woni mu no obesa na deda wo ye bibia so Joseph da bibie nu ukunu dia kamera dis honko a cause wo ye na yire ko Joseph ti ase say oba ne ni kunu ye honam ba ko nti wo ye na yire boni a wo ye be ma no so boni enti Joseph ye there eto de bia brofum no there's difference between running and fleeing. Joseph did not just run, he fled. Say who running you have a purpose. Say running 100 meters you're running you will say free but fleeing there you only want to escape from danger. Then the obe jumping wall na we na what na we go to the book na o eja akoko mpe na okọ kakra and he say eja to market eja to market na enko for running they flee o pe baby dey obi okwa na fukura be pana wo hu se kwase na ye fukura wayo e we break bra we for wayo afa no hu say before why but open sa wo World Trade Center enko jumping 110 e bebre wu yire but e bu so bia na wo third floor za me bia ye twetwa na nan so otiase enti me dey boa me no I use my self control enti David say onipa only self control no or they say a city a ye room a wo bi eni ho se wo ni ho de a obi eti bi room bi enti papa self control ni ade a etimi aboa me wo no ma pi ho onipa da se ntimi ka se me ye infallible. I'm fallible in so many things, but this principle so no aboa pi e na wo ye honest person so a etimi ma wo eduani free no ma pi dey ehun say ye be corrupted. And nothing that make just say investigate journalists no. Then of course announce extortion and announce so as a or deceiving confirm or share that. Well, you have the right to receive, not to receive, because judges in your JJ. Your judges are announce come on manje. Any other judges are wow, we are judges we are to work for we are penunya kwada and akra you say ya dada wo. What did the any san yen kasa announce na yebon because omoduma sanity. CIA for ni CID for ni BN for ni FBI any that's how they operate. Omitma menu wa benama rejota no am say bia cocaine crampa ya duboni no mso numbi. No man ka say supply o but emrem no utimi cocaine but ukoji cocaine na cause omuje say who ya do there. Even though say the pakono the crime is so dada no waji but no he is absorbed of it. And nothing na we free moral agent na that's the reason thing yakopo bit me but so what yakopo na reject say onipa uni any freedom uni bibia uni choice a untimi mbo aten untimi mbo aten na amroba na yebu na ten because or say utuma ye alternate jobs obituma ye eni say ejechumu ka bi no abrante waba what is certain e wom say batakari dudu ma ye hu prem papa de bi so na genuinely so e bi na commodity ni sa but ehu bi pentia because say hu de womu enu hu de way papa no but a man also is limited. Only God knows the end from the beginning. But nipa de can book na ye just a free acknowledgement ye kan akọ say killer be will show. But yakopo dem no say killer one de cook killer kwamezi hu killer na dada. Enti papa normal na very yinti but say the end ye ka abebu ne say achiemu ye enti say bibia ma wakoye corruptor entna ho on say staying there ni asem no. Maybe away corrupt back on as if you also see the menu one. Yakupo, I look on odo one no. And then a Peter years my Hakuko crambo back up and years or mammy. Boko Kosuyan or repenti. But Judas and Papaya Iscariot, no dear. O years to mine, or one can say repenti, someone say, oh, meditate, but nay, yet a Bible because and yet a can say inner repentance say okay my repenti to say dia wasa chawa dwen dia ne san ko boni biom ono sa cha ya dwen na or the 30 piece of silver come due for a leaders or ndo ko say no ho akonfo na so wakun ho onipa no nya odia so ho wakun ho eti se ko ye se dia Peter ye na ka eno ano ka Judas nko ye babo ne din kwa cause obi a we wakoton Yesu na Peter na ono ka so no obe oni Yesu kwa de so obe ku ama no wa deny Yesu agrakwa na ebusa Peter kwa Peter wo so gigi 3 times kameka se Peter dey kwa na ehu but Peter ninya onya remorse repentance say at the end of the day who say Peter wo ye we enti papa dem de minister obi ebe che na adwen ade e ma no etimi flee from man nye corrupt there but say we corrupt don't stay there. It cut across all kinds of sins or any social vice, but don't stay there. Satrawadwen na afide fa quantum so na kakra mekanonti samri se papa woni wana so ujama media minim se official ujama media na mama other people so aye akasa na ye ko minim se de no pesa we yesusi ya na ye hu direction no. Okay, me just say bia papa en kase den semia okwado no.
Also we you are not your mommy.
Okay, see me from okay you any offer body me boa. Okay for body any ma onkoi enti official bama so
Agriculture.
na bibia boko.
Ami adon boko.
Yo yeah that's it. Enti said you no questions and answers enti yenye na teto na yenko enim. E de na obese question be na wo ma ye answer be ana papa smally de obeto no. De na also obese okapa ho na yenko enim.
Papa Smalley can corruption has Bombardie mo bi mra na masanya no dai misrawa.
Okay, and me say ejachum akasa nti minim say Sam kasa dia.
Baby, some kasa me some kasa. I am say been one say so ba.
Okay, only and na me wa na mekisa.
Ejari hainu. Em say wo papa me.
Na mekisa de nti papa me de me hu no.
E friend one of friend eja hainu ono.
Oh no.
Why wo papa me and the guy name Deep Shara Kemo.
O papa me, obeku di po. Why? I also yeah, also yeah, my friend na I'm say nkra no
ba me akra aye you know ma obi nkasa why e fra me amafro
Only eja hainu.
Obi eja ya no tumi kasa na.
You eja no uba na mekiaba. You eja no break of papa be bra. Bama so
me chairman for and then me wure mu na e wo say me identify me ho me artificial intelligence me represent Obi
enti no say minim say ahinu say ahinu say the sika na
200
na the woman say prior wo me no time aye wo me no anyway edin no me chichiri mu kakra but time aye wo me no ye wo a ye to din ye sama wo din bia ye friend adakamudin ansa na wo ko school a whatsapp ahwehwe din foforo enti so oti se obi kuta din miensa enye nwanwa mienu a enye nwanwa ansa na birth certificate beba wotura wontumi nsesa no eno kura se AK wo mu utumi ye AK wo mu birth certificate anwino ho eti se de muhu ahanu a oye AI of
you okay the pathway enti asem down there no person oka e dey na ma wonye incorruptible
me betu of a chum na am say no oka title ho asem now why when you say me Adventist ni dey ubo title so a e wo say me so me can be because I believe in title. The title no baby I'm betting you know in fact me nya the whole story no but kakra me betting you know skepia sisi atoni bi de womo e de finance womo social problems na eno sa title system na wo bible mu no e na sisi other governments duru ho say we are in a society to say a society no na sesika no e wo say yetumi finance social problems na say socialists for communists for the buy and our western countries so adopt to na Ghana no sorry no say the omusi use tight no hard me pa because that you know nanka ye material things na wo aniema wunya no that em say that cash system ni ho I don't really know but
was it time in that title ni ho
someone Moses implement is you know tight asem no so
ase le ka ho e wo ho e ka se le loss no
this cow ho
si na sika wo ho ba na tight na enye sika wo kan ditomia obajo say udru baby se nyakopo na oche baby a omfa tight no ko nti so duru ho na se ekwa ne wa fa no enoma na waye ni nyina no dan sika ne fato ade a wankasa wakoma pe no ni ehiafo ni foreigners any lebi for no nche
okay
agriculture produce tight agriculture produce enti ade bi e wo you know no se wunya
ba say other say we produce bi ko
aha nti enye sika say bia me de Hennessy bisa na $1 ko ene na ye no na make no nti ye to aso
and as I say there ya big yi materials in free home money ya discard please and one more to me force wa say asori there wo musika no taxation kano nti en taxi anything I'm say asori income no aban bi enko ho and nti ama akoye business I'm say minyahu anyway say ONGs no bi o ha o mo operate a o mo so yen taxi o mo nti akoye say adie bi a esu hiama society nti enkofo pi di akọ a wo mo investing the hiani so bi sua bible ehia so bi sua the whole bible usua bible kakra bi na wotumi we obi a we sales person wotumi ton abo man krofo eto a ananse nantwi bini kra wotumi ton man krofo ne eto a na wakoti wasori na unya tight na onko awodia na adie kra money ye bufuo kra ni say we dey see dan no a wow personal or family property omo a contribute no omo nka ho bini wo wura bi na asori wo ayija kumasi wo see big ayu just center musical shows no ni ayi nyina ye no mi wura free ni di enye ni botomu tight ni nkrofo correction ya no this ye be say the personal property it is system no ne dey wo ho e wo Ghana enti say the akwes kasem and na say na ewu that's me can't go ho asem e be ha na boba de wo ka asem bi na me busa wo so de me busa wo see temptation yakupon see apreso anase nyame impreso
misi nyame impreso de na me ka say
na wo ma Jesus bonsan no betante no why senya me impreso na nyankopon so na won fa nipa nkonso hwemu a adenti na won wa ne bakropa won ne be wiase so me save humanity won atra won ma bonsam tempte no ya no mami
yo me da say temptation a yes Christo ye no e de kire wo say or you can James chapter 2 say no temptation is about human being so that's here enti no nyakopon or say the Jesus Christ was led by the Spirit. That question,
that statement, no. It was so chilemu kakra. Internet nipa of power. Obetumi overcome temptation. But why do some fall?
Enti na me can say free moral agent na me can ho asem. Who open say either to accept that temptation or not.
What ye? Bombarding me like.
Debi o to aso anase me o pese me to aso se wo kasa ade
me hu be bia wo do point no ko gina ye
ade me chemu na wo so wo kasa because se wo jemu a ye hu be bia wo ende anase wo ende eti se asese wonya se de ma me nchiremu
Yetio. Bombardier line no
ane mame chiremwe da yo eti se na me ka che no temptation na e wo ho na akasa no enye ade se ye ka sei eye adepa so eti na what testing and tempting no cause what the tempter there let's say episode do call baby enye eti the Spirit led Jesus Christ to be tempted as a what do you call an educational learning say you can overcome temptation. So that's here you can overcome temptation. So enti Yesu koye no Obonsam be dada na so all ye tempting nyina no Yesu ema obonsam kra a lesson ema ye nyina it you can John chapter 4 na ehọ na obehu saa ade ne wo no immediately onu so Yesu Christ we dey wa fast for 40 days and 40 nights no na the tempter no ebae enti enye se bia Nyankopon edi Yesu ko se obonsam she dan tent na Yesu follow teaching message Nitia say you can overcome temptation and you can also overcome sin. And no be na Nyankopon answer now came be kuni no. The same thing obai after we make sacrifice na and Nyankopon say born crampo na dey or person onya oba you can overcome sin. Enti enye say temptation say Nyankopon dey Jesus Christ call a say onko ye born and say a teaching moment because remember say Jesus Christ is also God the Son until he knows. So, enti na one kofa nipa say onipa say just an ordinary human being say onko na obonsam enko dada no only ordinary na ejina as an example say once our basa so he is full God full man no our humanliness no ebia obi wo ha say dey wo bu say obi wo ha obe make take ka say obe make excuse say oh na say me kra no Yakopon ma Yesu Christ tempting, but yes, you are tempting. What was the result? Did you cave into that temptation? And I said, you will account that decision. And the essence of that, is not about necessarily say why the Spirit led Jesus Christ to be tempted, but what happened? What was the result of that temptation? Say the message and the core message. You say, you human beings, any human being, so what you see is that you can overcome temptation. That's what I get from that. Mm-hmm.
There's a making effort to say the way I bet me a standing temptation on. Mammy Musawe, temptation I will limit and I say at all costs to be or say make effort.
Oh, some because anybody I said yeah, a reality channel hold the side temptation they will see and yet American temptation is started for Genesis 3. Ababe workers Ababe almost be 1 million years ago. Basla and ye die and ye able to ye be wapo or mama banzube, you will still face this temptation. So I say, I quite say here for Jesus here for the be a sense of temptation so the plenty and yes a bonia. And the bonnie yes to see any number ye born or even forgiveness. 80 don't put yourself say oh maybe me number me do temptation na some overcome here and me for back me film na so that I will be tempted na me fall to temptation no. As the temptation comes and said Jimmy Cliff movie, the harder they come, no. As the temptation comes, no, you should still stand on to your integrity.
What time I come in Papa be situation in Baba to him now or to
okay. I say Endra
I topic
I say Endra Papa Smith because say Papa be I was in the Yubusa say Wafa Shawoda. I don't say on Carmi boy.
Yes, so similar.
It was on Kai. It did not wow Busawa, Obia on Kai. So what be over? Nemafa, me Friday. Now, because on Kai, dear, that is you are giving rules for interpretation. Say, oh, Kai say, ain't you know,
Papa, no,
many questions that then I will any of a for.
Let me be board so
what who as a human being at the end of year to overcome corruption or what makes you incorruptible at the end let me bow Emma on your corrupt
temptation and there's a temptation who has him temptation who has him
and that corruption temptation at the end of bow which overcome is idea no
the boy me to me overcome. Hey. Anyway, me say the solution is say o person o fight corruption no me ho niema be productive. That's all. Say umma ohia kwan. Umma say obi na behwe wo ebi adwuma wo ye wa wani tua say usika no nson eno de e wo so hu say any temptation no ebe nya influence wo so But yɛn fan sɛ waa wodwuma na woyɛ deɛ waa wodwuma na woyɛ deɛ ɛno deɛ ɛkwa bɛɛ so na obi ba bɛ corrupt o ada sɛ wɔbɛtɔn adebɔne na ama wo na wɔde abɛbu but ɛno deɛ ya ɛnam sɛ ebi a nyansa no ɛnyɛ complete ne nti obi betumi de ne nyansa abɛbi tiw ɛno deɛ sɛ nyɛ bɔne nipa korɔ ɔkɔ so yɛ no na ayɛ bɔne but sɛ menam ne bia me hu sɛ deɛ mensinka no wopɛ sɛ me nyi sikam firi wɔ hɔ na yɛ biribi ma me Eddie. Anyway,
a question is simple. You see corruption or and na ye busa say Eddie na wo eja usu and say or for Eddie na itimi boa ma wo overcome corruption na say Eddie na we are ema onye corrupt.
First, one liner. What practices do you do to remain incorruptible? That's all.
What practices do you do to remain incorruptible?
Me key solution into media a free some is starting me professional life. Me new be a simple other. And as he counsel me who ne limited into counsel to me to me. And tia no dear commit me a case me one holding. If I near ma me no se me fee say no cremu dia any no but a basse mean triamount said ye be ya ade a me hwehwe no me nsa kadea ene metumi atuamount na no so me di fa na maka kire me me die kakra me kanu no of us money se me tua me di fa na catch me say was our application you know one for boanto so nti mframa tumi hu no kwa
enti enye ne ban santi at that situation e dey ne bo ma wutumi overcome saade no
I will give in because me could
practice no say we practice of bribery no na would ensure corruption it helps you to remain corrupt not incorruptible
and bribery because a demander yo mami come in situation no ncho DVLA and I make a register a friend is saying kaya me de be ye trotro na nkania na e wo chiri no ne ba ko eho ati em say na e wo se esisa no eno owura no say acho kufo time eno o ka che me say ade no meet me pass o enti wo choice either say obeko magazine akọ spare one dia be share wo china na dia be chire me ana say ubetua 5 CDs amami na ma pass o na dia no so say wo ko DVLA for office one contemu a o say o sa ba at the right time because wo mo no me bia san no wo mo fa nti here I was to decide nti me say okay that time na 5 CDs mode but me say enya hwe me de be ma no and na me tua say de be ya the foreign day metumi aya de foforo so na menya me yi permit to cry metumi de kai na yejuma
and then so we practice and then the to say practice of negotiation bribery negotiation until no you say no it makes you incorruptible and as it makes you corruptible.
I know the mum say me corruptible because
when you're corrupt.
Me are corrupt on. Okay. We are corrupt on one side, Matthias. You.
Said you would to France, meaning say France one who discussion a you driver license ma a for Cotifo.
I mean,
police for the bar or much your number numbers or process to court.
Micro my dear, who make it demand na make me a report to. But who render service no make me a gift. Sani ya hati.
Edie na asesa.
Ose.
Edie na asesa.
Adiasisa ni se. Wunu reda service a. Me pa na me tua no ana se be tua no. Eni. But so demand dia metumi a report. Na yenye no ho ade, yenye no ho a. Hwe se mekai na kotifo wɔn si jamre so wura na entuenti yesizi kai no yesizi no wɔn de akosi central police station hɔ no mu ɛna me akɔla no frɛ me nam sɛ ade asɛm ni me kɔɔ ya wɔn si safo no wɔn agye kai na free driver ne nsɛ nam sɛ o kai ne de so onye ebɔni bia na driver no waye bɔni a mo so driver no mu na me kai de ɛfa ho ben we are making say Safwano so kind of some de koye adwuma na adwo no a Safwano wo mu si ebuaka no epunu no mu nti wo mu tumi enwura no mu am say o ene esem ne me so me wo case o afi ni mpanifo wo mu etiti moto so ba kache yen ekrum ha no ayetie de police for near driver for it is nkura ni cat nti nyo mbayi yo we sembia we so afi de teni aye pamecho am so hwe enye fe mo sa be nu na mi asa aka ho so na me maye ni den
the opposite just say we corruption segmentation so wo France dia obey incorruptible name o dun say obagana dia ene obey corrupt because obey boama
na wo judge me say me dey me
who say you want to be
incorruptible? Me say me incorruptible. But system no force me there. What can I do? System no
crazy. Obi a man of you hold on to your principles in there. It doesn't matter where you are. So we are France dia we are incorruptible because of the practice and won't fight bibia emba but yeah part of the world na as Ghana na dia obe boama as a police nika se pabra we de katabishim and so sila no we just say no ma we incorrupt because of the system no yeah that's it you eti we de tawoma ye say ye no one eduma no tawoma ye na ye enko enim yo you know obuka say we na masafra quickly ene kwabna Bamasu
Akra, adwin kasi na ede na ekọ wanya cocaine bi atafre na ede na ekọ bibi abọkọ.
Say eto de bia wona kwan so tumu say so town so be ko na so bi anta o ye friend Mirage enti.
Oda.
Bamasu na ye ko enim.
Adwin kasi Mirage ho eto ba bi dia ese
kwabra ye yamba official ye bibi wi na ya kawa sebesa
oda uri atu Mirage na aka asa komoni ari incorruptible ni adi
kwabna juwa hu na me nka yi
na aka wana
what question nada
question dey say atina Joseph Masem kwa
ayo na be say officially me to ni me nka say me nka de obezoka eti ene go ahead ni enkoi
Akra. What's your mark in there? I say, Tentina, Anna, I do offer a fairness and me, I mean, and spin we. Send you my Kosovo, a better master. Omo boy Juma. Says if you say a fairness and young fan cotton, put it behind. I say, me cry, Mister. If you are some doors of banning in a year. Krapa pansema okay there. Say we ask me we dey nka I say na asem me say there. Ana asem say open say krapa metimi am why corrupt. So say we akwa say wa bana me de camera abobo me ha. Na wa bana bi edi nkomo ne bi aka nsema bi ehu hia. Na fi wi an maka say oh akra only $2,000 na o ya o dia amankwada yi na o dia toniema ma na ba capture timi yana the boys over atoso se mo hwe prince o we oba de bi o ka corruption ho asem hwe se ye de ma no a waje odeko asem a ye ka ho asem se ye nsem be ne kan yi ye se enye ba se obi ase enyu so anas principle ne mfanye adwuma they say obi a obeche na they say kwa ma de che organ akra na ayehu adeche ayehu me ko che obi a de organ na the way ni ba ko no fa so de ji ade no afi na mesre say ofa ne say bi kwa me de wanyi na ni o mi tibi ade na me de ma no wa fa ne say so much oh party ahaze anase fight anase o che around nyina say de o ye nyina fa say bi a me trap no in a way ba yen ba bi efi no okofa said ebi a evans America for mo ncha de obi a ne unim no ne ye de kokoto aduane gbesi ne nim na wudi a on frɛ wo sɛ bra na yi ni di anasa de ba yen ho no nte saa enti ni obroni de ni bi a no de ye ono no fie yi no wo de ye ko no ma e beka sɛ bi a ye corrupt ebi a na nya wo nye corrupt o ebi a na ye culture no because ye culture nkwa na akọ ahimfi kura sɛ ode nsa ne niam ne ade ekɔ ebi a de other place ko a on fa nkɔ ɛna akyɛde nso ɛyɛ part of ye niam enti aba ne de na bi a we akɔ ese ɛna kwasi nyanta chi ko har sɛ ne ade sɛ me o mi asɛ ya me sɛ me businessman na makoshia awo bine wa of France na sɛ anase ye ka sama na sɛ sɛ ade a ɛsɛ me kan niam aka sɛ betimi a convention na adwuma na yɛ sɛ ye kɔ no wo sɛ bi a me ye ade sɛ betimi ayɛ adwuma no ba ebi ana prince at the camera table bi uwi a was a macho or you corrupt. What kind of life is this? They be a catch ubi or platform is say. And near me course of America I say, yes, you be me a lobbyist. The your friend and say, your lobbyist. Or no bet me near maybe a beji scadi a kuchi a man crop say be oh senator be crazy be a correspondent yamaniska. Yama we ni ama so mfanya de sadia no de ko ekru mu ko ye pe ye beka so ye corrupt akwajiska ya record so ko ya de ba esi wo America ha eno nye corrupt na ye didia to say nipa ni ye lobbyist ono na dwuma no lobbyist ti no betimi aba o se o ebi am pese mo pass law we ma me law we ni ade ni ama eska say ye be sponsor no ye sa de we ni etu aka ya ti ase sa the same way no ye de ko ekru ma ni ye de flag ase so politicians are corrupt. Now, what you patron there? The democracy also on India. I am not democracy. Me said them ye papa. I am in time. I said me shame ye. Me the lens at one America. I said all that be that good for boot to the team. I said me friend maybe me. Papa the person just almost call Indian. Come we Indian for name and you know the signboard is yours. That shall not still. So woman and you baby be engine. And no. Brunina ain't no corruption. Don't and the corruption, I was at the old wadrin in Nyansa, a beshe, Nadia qua, and Nimno, was a dear corruption, woman, I say, corruption be enemy. Be a Brunina, and if you know why I said the na patron video the person say, or person in democracy, no. A person say, near me, walk a big money, be a so obeying biano, and the few. Na odeko no wi a no achiche yimu oye aigbeni oye asantini oye we ni na se se de ya no fa kwa meka no na mo twa mo na mo ko to ho na bruni no de nice ade no abesesa eko do yi akra corruption e de e wo se de obehwe na fi e na se bia ba na se obetimi resist temptation e de ana ejina the order of the day so se bia ka se na de bia na de Joseph aye example na de Joseph aye example no ebia obehwe na Joseph ebi kwa na sa time no we dey be you say nipa bi kura timi eko game ansa na akiri o ma ba be street you be dey on say time no na Joseph kura no mpe oba na bia say time na ni jemema on dina bia say temptation no bia e ma otimi eto because emema pa de ohwe ifi Bible mu ba nyina na ene besi ene so ohwe kuku damo a enema bi atimi ekum anaze yi o mahwe fomo a ade so yi ma fi ho no mo a ade bi eni wa mehu se bi betimi aye ade onye se bi onye active so onye active member wo se enema no mu dia One
Yo
year.
nti kwamna mi buta say wo no de na eboa wo practice ben na wo use a keep you incorruptible.
Incorruptible, no say incorruptible, no dear. You only ma baby. Incorruptible, what dear, who say be a dear name will be incorruptible. It just a never be because you'll be a man corrupt to her. Bible say, baby, you are not incorruptible. Say, you got to be a general ideas of being. Yes, my own, a Venice, a crutch.
It was of a family line who segmented say situation never change they obey.
Situation in a better the order of the day. So that's it. Situation be an kwamna de bi o no ene me bi o awonye e bi aba baby ana so ta de girls be twetwe benim ro fro fo na bi ana mantimi ago Joseph. So that's it. Eno na bi am akwa corrupt o. So that's it. You know, the order of the day no ene be decide say asem ya ye ken senate anaja senate de be kono. So you know sa we are corrupt this any money at the end there let them make any o hwe kuku dam we wi asimu a ofa na be Clinton no mani ade nyina ma yi omo hwe fom Joseph le na se ko hwe mu yi because that time na Joseph no na nije ma na bia me fa prince on those time na oye DJ se fa na on be fa ko no ena ema etwa woni mu ni ade nyina ma go prince there that time no nya be nei mintimi nya de o se Apple no ya de bia so hu Apple no bia na unkan bi hwe ya unhu se de etie bebi a go kan bi hwe bi chire no na bia wantimi anhye wo ho so hu e depends bia wo hye beebi ai ni ma bia ko bia wo Grand Canaria bia ni ma bia anhye de ntwam ko bia yemfa ayo krachi ayo su bia ntwam ho so hu wo di krachi ayo su ye de ho so hu de ba se bia o powder bi ko e say o say Saturday night powder and I just the Saturday night powder and Grand Canary no ni ade twemo ni ade ne se bia wanya o ya no akwate kakra hwia ko hwia so ana
president o ma kwamna na be o to papa so de bi wano
o se ai dey
o de services dem be see where in there incorruptible there who partition no say
the order of the day remember bia na me ka say me the Grand Canary emfaze bia se ma ko bi ho
na obi a twa woni mu a ma o ye corrupt but say ya waware there wo ye incorruptible me boy
and how no mean you say and also agina the order no so nyina the order of the day so say bia mo say bia wo ho na me ma say ukonya ye wo ma bi ho no say bia akata onya akata for ma so ho na oni omo atwam pna na se bia ukoye ukobo adwaman kra na se wo na ope so ba konya yen no ma bia wa mo akọ homa na bia di sei rules bebre ni ade a wa hwe ya na wantimi anhye wo ho so se Joseph de no e da bi wa kwantimi anko se Joseph tuwo se flag di apie ba bia na udi eche ebi so na onye Pentecost da omukra ni da asiri ni na ebi a friend say timamu poti prince e hon dia na ejina the order of the day no
you okay the order of the day you give for so anti wo so wo de no na the order of the day and the betche practice of
and the betche say o ye corrupt na na wo say assembly bi na na ho na ye ka ho atemi na say e betimi de
prince o
papa
Kopna de no nanka me de plus bi kakra bi to so ama no
oh e bia wo plus de bia na apesa so
de short say akola no abrante no yenim ni age abrante Joseph ni yenim ni age enti pa mame no so ni mu nyina no e bia we ni ti yan no skra esunfui enti onim ade kra ye
enti mame pa na Bible ka say Joseph oyeyi o say enye se bi practice na papas Malikan wasmo ni practice say ono no sa na ye ya kire no ni papa Jacob o ma kire mu say ni say cause you for na ye kire mu premarital sex na enye o ma de enti no okoye no de sa de na ekoye enti tama oba ne ya no say there bi enye se bi am ye ge na say you first of all we ye mikro yire me master yire wo bibia wo bia no ye da shame say this won ko a but no principles say only onko for obi yire it is a just of a gear then na okwo worry Egyptian Zapna pania na yiri dino Zapna pania
Ni age na me busa no wadi be saying.
Oh, I believe say it could be about between 18 to 25 years. I should think so.
Oh, wunya we o, but wo de na kwehye category bi mu.
Say na me catch you so hwe tama.
Age ho asem. Enti no de fa to nchen. Why? Say the Bible kan no. Na wo fix it bi
asama on say to de bia. Ato de bia na wo ma wasem kra ayedin. Wo bu same. One can say Bafo and I say bomba the Bible muno Bible ka Joseph age. Na maka say bia ane na de ba wo bu same. And I mean ma extrapolation say this could be the age of Joseph. No so
my Bible idea. Yeni said ye madam kramoni bi na kan say hey ade no so onye dansini a men be ka so ye Yesu Yehu adansidi ni
enti na me mu de me enko enim cause wo e ba obama ya abia of cause e be ye back and forth enye no na ye kan sisi a ye enko enim enti kwabena for ni si running up na
many man see there na e fairness of a kwame asema o kan kakra ya o say oba nkramofo no okura na ana e ware ma omusuro ma papa ayi okura nkramofo no pa tetefo na ana ze nefui omo fi ni je ni ade ni ba o do na say omkocha na ye ware ma omunji no obehwe bia Libya ho no ni se nkrofu ni nyina no omtesuru ma nje bia na say time no Joseph no ni situation is ana tie ntia na de bia manfo de bo na so jef na ye de oba na kwatemte ni na wantimi anya ade no say de ofa kwa America no ebi kwa na ne baby emfu ono kwa azam na na yeko no azam na na ma America no ntia ase da chire bi obeti ase no senke timi sa de bi ko so ro hwe na nka osan timi pass ye de a na nka ehu sampa
Joseph obe ya promise akwa na keman do so ye hu se oye bibi sa
ni oye no man tro ni omo ye no se Bible no se nye ni nyina na bia o se Bible no se
ya mesi do di boni bia so Bible no boni din eti said the
no akra
Inti wa wari ewo ye ne de na che se obu time a ni sexual demands no ba no e no hwe oba
enye time a say wo bisa na ye say
papa me na me fama no chine me say awobi no wa no nyina anya asem bi o meka enji no ayi akra ne onyane say Bible ne bi o mo chiro Bible nyina bi a ne ye o mo de no e na o mo de beba say ne nsem e o nyina no wo se bi o no ma bi a say de o ka na earlier no ho e bi a ne ye papa na e wo man ka o me beka o maka de nyina e mirage ala je ye no ye mfa ma say ye mirage de a ye mfa ma na based on the nipa na the message ni ma no and the way obeti ase ye nti no Bible ne de say de ye bi a minu ye je Bible ni di no ene say ye kronkron ne no kure wo mu ni ade no enye the same thing na ade koma other people a ombeji edi so ho enti no sa na asem ni nyina ne hot di asem bi si a e wo di o receive asem no ohu ana ni o communicate asem no ene be che asem no ye be di edi anase ye nyini the Bible mo asem na Abraham be mo si afa Bible ya ode nama ode ko ba bi ode ko sa asem si Ghana kra na e wo di o receive asem no ene be bi asem ni fi ba no so o be di edi anase o nyini prince asem ne ho na asem ni nyina wo it is a prince ayi chire fan fight no o man tra ma enti ye hu ana bi ane no wo the other one no 6-7 book of Moses no e bi ane no obegu mu se no ya fa ma meka we ye no fi mu di akwa ku
kan Genesis chapter 40 ubehu age ana we dia okọ ye de ko ye nti we dia
ebi ana
okọ na ba no di 17 nti just
no di 17
enye immediate so okọ Potiphar fie nti no
ebi ana Potiphar yire no Potiphar yire na bi ana na ne bu mu nyebi
make me anti is almost to say about 28 when the same Potiphar, captain of the guard who was over the prison warden, makes Joseph Pharaoh's chief paddler and chief baker. And you know around Potiphar, you know around there 28. 18 all the same, whether 17
don't say that maybe on about we age bepe Tracy Boatiana.
And then I say whether 17 or 20, you know, what is the message? You know, he held on to his integrity. And yes, Mr. Anase, you know, whatever the case, you know, Nyamiya na. Oh yeah, member, Mr.
akra me de ma no asina de
independence mame ko Alex wonom enti Brapin ni te homa ye na me say chire bia me say ensemo no he say je wunya ketwa eye intim podjo sisi no ha ba dwa muti e bia na won so wo ba be defend kakra na ye hu se de be se akọ enti Alex baba so
ayenge se bombari
na pom to say
ya me na wada Europa
na no road na say the passenger bia mbai
passenger ba se me ka se me ye free na me free no wa pa nti but no problem with my kasa kakra me ya na mo dia
what you assembly nyina ene so your question and answers na say obese o kan Papa Smiley question or the to dia and I say ene obebusa question and answers na ye koyinim
kwabra na nka bi bisa na se bi o se lobbyers no ye na Ghana ye ka se corruption na bisa se na ba bia ohu omo no omo ne licenses na so omo ne licenses so a omo ntua deals bia omo nye registered ana na de ye registered bia ye legal ana omo de no omo ne nam grom no omo lobby just like that
the person was saying say yeah even though say be ever say aha no legalize no so breaking down to fraction papa there corruption because omo induce but omo no ye mpan na omo say American go be omo switch names adia ye friend euphemism adia omo say ano wo hye no wo pay difu frama no say bia ka ewia tinya beka say 2 na prostitution say bia temo mi na say bia the oldest profession and the terms say tias but or ka the same thing into omo no instead of ye beka say bia or ye influencer cause influencer bia Microsoft bia aban person o system na Microsoft or the tax bi to so na say bia on fire ebia ne company be crime free ebia baby mra na mako hu sa lobbies mo say hey mon konam ko influence ye senators no omu tweska etuba hu say senator page na senate for powers asaba o kenya to say dey we dey Microsoft representative no mo ye no sa no mdum ska but ye part of the corruption todo because this here no say Ghana Alex necessary what say bia me ma bana ebia ye pese ye bia Vodafone asem na ma begina me MP na ma beje parliament ene Vodafone yen ton o say akwa we dey no say ade no so bia enye o enti no America for ne British for ne West for no mo ye ekofo bia omo di West no exercise but it renders back to corruption but things as so much change West no enye bibia na illegal just say there are some things which are legal sila no enye ne papa mu no enti no whether registered or not no eno enchenyi no we omo corruption adwuma no mo yem
me de corruption bia ne ho a ye register to untimi register corruption ade bia ye legal ni pa nyina age atum se sankrofo we ya je omo atum se omo wa kwanya so omo no ena ma omo said omo city omo timi yes ade omo ya nya corruption bio ye chrome
no principle no ntie ko enim
anya me principle no that is how it works say
no that's why you see things because yeah tie ade de ye nim say wo ka say wo deduce corruption adwuma no even sometimes when the people talk about it so senators in the House of Representatives omo ye corrupt in the omo can but the American people they omo say ade wo ye cause omo nya tie you Washington DC on the sick die omo timu na enya da kitwa wo na person timu just rent no but they are being funneled by this big companies Apple Microsoft Samsung munya omo wo sanko for na omo ko omo ho
nti bobade agent omo wo habo omo yi niam amaye omo ye corrupt anazo omo because me de niam akotuka ami ameti makotua mesika na mayi ma de ba ye wonkrofo be from agent omo corrupt
agent no ye wo sika ana commission omo commission say oji commissioner enye boni say pese but ye in this contest na can be it goes beyond commission bibi say Goro boy say omo passport and driver they are not authorized Name no say ye kasa abanse onu mu djuma say okay ye penkofo a mo ye obeba interview aban be ye interview to know the strategies not one say bia munji committee say uji bro so a the abana kana na o corrupt but sagoro fo we no obi an commission omo e no mo e de omo pere ye sana kaka say what the potato ye lobbies no even though some because you register no edumadi omo die no they are doing it say not for the good of the people for bad because aban person onya any or man person onya infrastructure papa free Microsoft ni ba omo se dey bi omo person kwa bia ni yenye against aban na Apple isla no onko so milk kill the people na people no enko so go awunyeye mu that's the main principle of the lobbies na enye say for the good of say America ye wo beto ye but say ye ho be kire ye so it omo ye very powerful group on in fact ayi for ni nyina candidates for ni nyina na ye san nkofo bi ye sa from super delegates super as a American no omo ye as a corporation ye discover no mo fane akase ye Ghana ni se party financier na enye de bia na se party financier omo ye corrupt cause who discover any senior people na e bia enye the people's choice no but omo sika no modu the same thing will be America. Enti let's one sheni yawu huni ye.
Asemu. Na papa.
Enti let's say Ghana bansa obe register or arrobesa edo ube huni say.
Oh, arroba ultimate register am robber. So register no nya am robber bill. Who register no nya am robber bill?
No way or legalize arm robber.
That's right. Oh, no. Onya am robber bill. Ye legal gun shooter practice gun shooter or ye professional to shoot so munti aban na recruit munti the country
illegal that is about so legal say na okada ye be legalize say okada na da so da mo so
now so mu legalize ya okada it no more legal illegal ade a that kind na ya legalize ya enso ka abo for money pa wu anamebo am robbers binu mo mfa ka nkobo kro no entino how can you tell me say okada ntina ma kro for Ghana entira kire say it is not true the woman say say legalize am robbery there are no more armed robbery because no a state no because Ghana ho no ayet ye wo opposition ye wo nipa ma omoto aba enti so ka say legalize akronfo na the whole country jitum say ye person o munwia ya that is how it is the country bi betima dia tum say uzi de wa ba wa ma mo license so mumu bo manfo tu nko omo a na e betima happen sa na yitimi tena ho ma omo register sa it is no more illegal so and is that country no a wo ka so omo ye lobbyists no he Spain ha nyina no bi wo ho but aban no say there be a transparency be a jumati no and say we register na oye your friend say because I no yanko who school be a wako said the OCT the unyo who de fa the wajimi che obi a obi at but so be no problem but I say we register na there be a transparency be a juma enti aban ma omo NIF number there is no license say we call acquire this particular license the moment they ultimate register na ye hunu se wono so no o ye adwuma enti se Real Madrid person top player bi 3 Barcelona wono sa nipa no obetima ye friends a mediator na wako ye talks from those two negotiation obetima room because o ye registered person who knew that how to talk to them obetima happen say enti we are the over charge na ban ni hu to me say that sika na wo je no e dos wana say isra. Now, say between government any companies in fact aban or work on or to me nyina nti so timi jaima obi timi lobby position bi na if ever other say aban no and if ever other say nipa na if ever company no aban no interest yes I can happen that so in America say no there for me ye krom mo no say dey see ya ade na kwabra ya o pese o de bezim say ho na ye de akebe ka say corruption no ye ho de ya corruption because ye no ye take corruption na nkasa ase o my Ghana na da ho no
okay the question na down who no practice be na who ya ema will remain incorruptible
you know so be hold on your principles say to me ejina omudie mu a bibia ni wo betima sheki enu bi na na moka ayi Joseph dia of Akwame de ekofa eji ba mu no se nkwala nyina enkwala nyina di bone omu di bone nso no ti se obi di bone no anko ya akwala akura onya no kura na nka ba ma na aye no mo ko no nim implications e wo ho kese enti uyo obi a wo principles a na wankasa this is me say obi from a kai na say ne mobile kamwa ada say me de be hwehwe no se ma nya ne number amfre no a abanya si center yede niema kugu ho ju ko ho be hu say me ya ma me certificate bebre wo ho ko ho a wo ye ya na ya ma certificate say or certify say wo de ade abeto ho kire say that is your principles say obi fro ka na o kwa de kire ye ne say bo modern na hwehwe kwan a etia na fa ne fa so nti say uti sa amra we num so nyina there is nowhere to me I corrupt. Corruption doesn't mean say what is cover be home one. Anything be a obey a what you boo for say a bonny piano, corruption. And the yanas I don't know who so who say a name rabobra na okoswaya, it is why corrupt. Tiding as will be do principles, obey some rama who say menum, baby, I may wait. Said ye, Dano Papa Smiley Grammy, I said, obi ma me green card and I say obi ma me visa free I'm a rejected nti me na ma eno kwa timi mama ni ji obi mu say me overcome that I just say it is not me yes ana me no mete and aboa we dey say sibo won we aboa fun just onu ache no it doesn't mean that aboa no da ho a wawu kwa no nti no o manya na okọwe ebia na ye poison the womb it is a one has our principles no a obey corrupt te unama that is it the o jije ma ho say we ni me say na metie na eno de me mfiri ho da na odi so a onye corrupt da obi antimi mfa wati konka fam o ma de
Yo,
that
enti okay, that's it. Ewo sa akonya so enti ne boy nkomo ene say say ne no ne kaba John Intim for John asem no so uti say yemra ne say he who alleges no must prove till the burden of proof no it doesn't lie on say woka say me corrupter and I say yeah who no so prove say me corrupt because who de me kokota me me koka say I me corrupt it na your prosecutors na also prove without any reasonable doubt say ampa nipa your corrupt so who prosecutor one fa sa de na mba it na eto de be na judge for jai ko na yenti ase no anya say woka ya no enti social John Intim for just say play me no eba Ghana play me no eba Ghana so no esusu say play na eba Ghana na or say you are recording no or to say a cocaine tin you as you say cocaine and on one ka say twabo ma cocaine say $350 million and also ka say $350 million no so emu $150 million no a MPP candidate e bi edia and waka and waka press conference and na abanse say no de wow kan no ono an kase ntimi kokko say into wow kan no beboa wo de ka beboa kra na ye ntimi mboa na national security ni ye a wo so ye na ye twe na ye ntwe wo say na afide ono ase committee nso a yekoka say dem bebo committee defense interior committee wo mo say wo mo ka se bia ono na aka no ni so own capacity and na say national for no narcotic for say serious issue because wo ka say cocaine dia wo ka cocaine etanashe the image of the country and the country is omra obibia obi allegation that Gugan who fin there and also no you with me actually now you are assisting either investigation or they would prosecute you it in upon say it goes beyond or more in this national security for na article 20 say or my invite a intim say omra wonko obi a wo asem no on consider bian so ka say radio so this is in the national security ka say ne o ma be so ano enti ene say ene no videos ndem say MP phone bi akọ abranti efi a ase omo ko no enti enoma ya ebe nyina Alex wo ni say obi a betuma so no waka de ope say ni evidence abra emran so che say he who alleges must must prove ni allegation no enti ɛno ma ɛkɔ so Ghana saa na ɛbɛboa Ghana ana yɛngya ne saa sɛ bia obi ukɔ abankɔka bia bɛka sɛ ɛyɛ witch hunting sɛ na wo asɛm no fa
oh me de me kura me nko de anka first night no ka sa asɛm na nka ɛkɔfa no na say omo ye parliamentarians nti omo wo certain privileges chi omo nti eno nti ebama parliamentarian bi a wagimi na obegimi saa anya saa de a enka esese ono oye parliamentarian na nkrofo ahye da to aba ma no hye omo krom ho nyina on nimi nyansa omra no mfa sa nyansa no meye adwuma no ontumi enye allegation wo mra on proof now on case on proof there also proof na mum on proof no ne the power entinya de a o de be ma omo sisi sa na me fees
the proof ne the end the power
because first day bia na omo ye the interview no o say proof no ana say what the evidence no emma omo wi a o kan bibi sa nti na de o person o kire nyina ne say o we a evidence na mum
ba o pamba
evidence no because can't see so say that or the evidence no be ba no or can be this am real officer no sika am so ni obi interview
does it even make sense
the sense ya e make ni say omo no MPP for no a omo atena se hu say omo onipa 88 pe na no NDC for mfa anya hwe na na wuchi ba akotum kura na still ade ya 87 they omo de ba akokura ka omo ha still ade so nti you be free ma omo so nti nkwasa dem kwa na omo ni bedi eno sa na omo na ayo omo adwene ti omo wo ho a na bi na omo wo opposition omo wo aban mu na omo bo Sam George mu ani so Sam Jamfi mu ene ono na ko gina wo ze sitting member of parliament eti I be say Ghana power the say the city edo ya na esre to kasa odi akora odi ho asem achi a obeka de ye na me no de asem ne say de ayi for yoko for no ye no eno anu no monyiro mo no mo na nipa onimra o say mra akora ono de akora na say ye che ntem say mo certain privileges bi say omo no ye parliamentarian na o parliamentarian no a wo kora onimra wo hye mra o na nka mra no chewa say ye che ntem now ba na obechiri come ofana na jona na ye me say President Mahama Kurano obie na no ka bi say man o bra me a kamin kasa ka wo ha na abefa na ye befa wa
no video na some can be na some of the people are more compound no if you know ka say he's an MP and the number be says an MP no or you superhuman na say kwambe kwan o be MP enye nipa na de ne koye
almost mra no kire say ono no is the oje permit free speaker of parliament ko ansa na what me afa no untimi invite no just like that you oje permit from parliament is there je warrant free supreme court and judge high court and court no omo de ne de oje free a friend say ho speaker of parliament
and no but said you na ebis almost so kire na said ye or ye pikra said ye disgrace no and go fonso ka say and no allegation or can no on this go say a whole country so
in fact
it's a enye MPP ni eyinko no just say the whole ye Ghana MPs ni the omo just say omo you untouchable
that's right
we ye bia na enti no enti na me say alan ayi asset no na no A+ ni we zo omo so asama ba ye release omo speaker of parliament release omo ti I hope say you know we omo so no
coger lateral en vez de coger dentro coger lateral
okay but national security there or before why he doesn't need any permission omo ya won to self
that's right
into social I'll say the Deputy Director General of the Narcotics Control Alexander Chumberema. Hey, has issued a stern warning to the member of parliament.
Akrache, you know, I also be Spanish was a meeting me finding out when I can Spanish or I'm finding.
Alex, it was all driving the passenger Bakuna.
Catch you the passenger so they can 55 euro.
Spanish not here. Alex,
amigo, hola, ¿cómo estás?
Opeso balas farmers na.
Grand, mukulo ne, baby amudi cooking fi ban before the Grand Canary.
Grand Canaria.
John there, that mu baby power na be ready ni fi. E ba baby cooking wo mo ka say no.
You say John for now omo was say in two for John John. Etigana ni de John minimum di John no baby John Rollins asem, John Kofo asem. Jonathan is asem.
Your mama and friend Joe be your friend Yohani. Your friend Yohani.
You what? 89 on the Alex Paswati. Who this year that may call a evil. They ba say na eda wakoma so a who a say woka. Okay, Mr. Alex, aye no. My main call just say just say. Bamaso.
I drink I say.
Yo, any educated swap. What do you say? Who number should be so pretty? You then you say. Ain't minim say. What's the question? Papa Smalley did too. And then so your question and answers. You probably to me. So one to the over to my or money.
Oh yeah, me TV.
You
take a can. And I say then we are. And when you pay money incorruptible. Incorruptible, go for mood. I'm saying, Old Testament, Mukra, and we use this album. Incorruptible. Casting net tonight, so by check. Now, one going to define what is corruptible and what is not corruptible. A certain issue may be corruptible in one part of the world, and the other part are incorruptible. So, you know,
watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead.
You only go to New York. And see. Anybody all on say what is called principles. So when your principle and now when you self-discipline, then you have with the ball which Bible just say when you're in our see any in the fatay. In your be to say a son no many cigarettes, no many idea. The society, some part of the society frowns on it. But I buy mono, and your bonnet, one to Bravia, so would jot. Say about where Ben, my own more jot, and your bonnet. It's no societal norms, it's no norm of Bravia. You may be considered an outcast or something. So, when you are a Tiawa only Pedria, will be so aware it's the society in which you find yourself. Now there it's society no, and no there. So our principle on self-discipline but made this. Said there, I remember I was so now. You can't maybe have a better life so, you'll be here. Now you're back with our talk here. I don't think they're too big of a deal. Oh, yeah, I'm ranting about the family. I didn't saw like enemy German or in any Mekayana, that no make up. I didn't find a second teacher, super idea. It's your honor with immediate visit with us.
So, now, BBI obium.
Ah, the obium, asema eda Ghana yedi hu nkomo yi se metese na one Alex mudi hu nkomo ye dia intim for your message achi kwese intim for your ne so mu ina fi ase
I say Baba, you no uchichi mu say na we south branch.
We are sad we are not. Yeah.
Aha.
Na ase ho na ase ne ma she ho. Ebe ni pele ho di ye. Pele de Japan, jachi kwesi, iti mfajo.
Ase na credit na no to say
Yeah, ase ho no ho nyo papa. Na me come any my in fact si ebekwa ya nimu a so ho. Ebekwa ya nimu a nipa ye de tumi a sha omo nsa se omo hwe oman ne so. I mean they must be I don't know how to put it. They must operate beyond reproach, above reproach. Because the way I almost see a Bugana man, it's so second. It's so second. And some of Papa need any day. You think for you any day. What's next year? What was it when in Soviet? So, in so Papa be in him. Then when we raise some concern, I have a public. No. I mean, those who wields the power, no. Akwai more fast to treat that issue, no. And from for Papa Biam. And from for Papa Biam. What should they watching to say? It is not a crime. But my invite you know about fine, one bar, I may conduct investigations. We have much ado about nothing. So let's show him where the power lies, where power play. A power play. Here is the case we go my Ghana. Now issue be near NDC MPP. Assembly by NDC MPP. Impossible Pia natural death. A natural death. It's not say the crime pan is saying was it publishing false information. Come on. NDC form what by say the right thing of man penny here because a seminar papa ni raise and a go man any mass. The honor of man penny a choice of working more various institutions ahead into one or more. Could have waited 2 weeks or setting some other committee ground fine. When come or your come say no be in you. This year baby I no committee be in results are coming to be the beba will be bejatum. Are you useless? Are you useless? Now Bombardier also can be said, I say Papa no quantify the cocaine, the value of the cocaine. I will play the muro. I'm say also information over me here. So far no you have 3 cases in the Ghana say. Omo kwachi bi wo I'm say you ho baby fanko say mo ho baby no mo akwachi bi so takrade ansana we airplane need dey takrade dey no mo quantify because already they know the value of the cocaine $350 million so whatever they say it but airplane mo dey maintain wo baby as papa no owning the value of the suspected cocaine. Just say well, you know, there are 3 cases on the board right now, but the other 2 need there will be in Kawasembu. Oh, the other 2 will be in Kawasembu. A container BSC chain or Western region, no, and they still are no, won't find any part or check training man. You almost Fanko say new town actually Butos or by Venezuela. Container nation be as one there. And also national security among Fango say Yanobiama. It's a part taking us for a ride. You know, in the national security for if you are more watching say I mean in fact a banner well now I tainted. The whole issue is tainted with political gimmicks, and whenever it gets tainted, we normally you hardly get any results. It is tainted now. Angola, Omo of Rwanda, on a free buy. Fine. Praise you there in Tukwa. The white in every name and the money they are between tracking online. I can actually online. I am if you want and buy and the way. So we should free and buy. Oh, now what shame whoever is bringing out any room of beer at the enemy, I say break Ghana. Now say the same thing that Jinaposi, you. The same thing that Jinaposi, missing ECG containers. Are you tempted? How many weeks in it? How many days in it as I way by? Won't you review? Nothing will come up again. Nothing. So Bibi Bam, from my boy. Bibi and Mabio. Now, when the way book Ghana Maya, you tell Mukaye to Tomo. I mean, 276 MPs. Yabamoka. Then to mark opposition, no more micro minority. And this is how we're going to treat Mother Ghana. For all you know, you only people one MPP for more NDC for. If it's all NDC, you can power and bar. Onyashi, apart from T-shirt and more campaign, you'll be one. They don't benefit anything. One people need you and need the finance or MPP as a bass of go now Ghana. Hey, no. So, now the only ambassador, mobile press can hear now. What the year pioneer no one, I'm sure. One coincident in Korean with the street lights and I'm with the buses be. I have a with the big ones of one, but now we can't assume them. This is what we know. This is governance. There's a mobile town. Hey, your feelings, my feelings, I did channel magic, a glass and a moko. Now, what might be so? No, Parliament came here, why you're West Graciano, and you'll be uncoming.
As Gracia, some push a year, a Ghanaian, and we are taxpayers more public gallery on Pamomina. It's your what?
You, because these guys are taking. I've been saying that these guys have been taking it for granted. People say, now yes, sure. We put a sentiment, oh, they are whipping up our sentiments. Oh, Mr. Papa Smiley, I the same crowd. But my dear, my opinion everywhere.
You, yes, that's it. Yeah, just say na Martin and can it say you say of a body so what's up baby ma yema was a people not mako or one a champ on the packer of a body this is the I free
Ayo.
Yo, okay. Then you intend to win a Caribbean episode of Pelatogen.
Oh, Grano Crady, oh, money hana, a bende. As enough way, I know Mohammed.
As enough way, Mrs. Edward, Munina, Than Asna, and no, the same because you can say a free kick in a Nyagro project.
Oh, I'll quite free
play and the graduates be on no commit my boat, but fantastic. Come on,
Menso dear, once the tell me, I may say, Swami for one, I say, I'm a come for Eddie Mea or more to more. What you are for one to open crowd, any problem. Sana Nakwe.
Let's hope say in 2 weeks and as be a nice number boy, you know. And my committee say, or want to me and qualify. What you it is well, football, anything can be, but when you almost chance 3 goals bad, much many friendly there, and yet.
O more qualify, you anyhow. Rema Drefon, you know, Mokoda.
Bemo got 3 goals per day, but one Nankasano, Omo, as Omo bipolar. That because I be a question, not what when you go.
Now, so we Omo ya Jumama Barcelona. Yeah, ni Arsenal be share finals 2005 2005 then say the same thing.
And since I'm Ronaldinho no.
Aha. Omo record be ko kushia. Say ya no so omo share Real Madrid o. Omo share Real Madrid one wo Bernabeu. E na omo ko ball draw England. E na omo yi Real Madrid film. Enti ato chat na to. Yet na Dortmund for twa fa yasoko.
Thierry Henry spirit no esa baby. Yeah. League the omo ati ase okay, ekwe ni nti dia wote ya ni say dia na wate ni nyina dia na obeka.
Me ni nyina mate. First dia na amafo mo ka say dia kura yefi no kakra o se nipa say utimi ye den wo ye clean conscience. Incorruptible no. Oh, me ankasa me de me nkasa nipa bia ba me de impossible say me tima incorruptible. Me de me ntimi nka obia de but to me ne de me ntimi nye because if you ase no eso enti no normal bebiri ne wom adwuma ye kura na wo ye adwuma obia ni wachi ne du ba bia oso me pon tem kura mbe enti eduru ba bia wa nim se be no wagina ba bia waje wa home kakra eduru ba kura wo ye ne chese bibia sometimes no enti menim nipa no bebre die ba obi wo ho betimi aka so no betimi I stay with without by me de me nyidi but me side ena efa abrantie no na sama o masomu gejegeja me hu sene nipa no ye si aso asem no makosi enkrofo bi ka se o man no aye unpopular me sa ansem no so no me no monya adwen adenti na o man aye unpopular said you can no credit ya say so ka said you can no asem no ka no e no kre say ade na sitrudo a menye ni say o maya unpopular on the me pese me chiri say no kre pa no ka dia say nye no credit ya fine na mofa ekwan a mo ne bedili eso na even though say MPP for mobile omo di basa nsemu no bebre wo mu no me no mo anya adwene sa so na na so me da so tina so enro me kan say boy no o mrahye bajoni na say na no ye de bidi sesu ne ye ka say sesu no e mrahye bajoni nti ase ekwaje permit bi wo parliament sa na constitution ne kira ese o mo twen na o mo kwaje se mo mo nipa na ho enti mo betimi akọ na waye ne tentem ene anaju kura betimi na akọ ade chinye na ano ama mo permit ono release na ma de fine benti sa na so man no yesi de mra na ebudi a na mo kotohye ne so gidigidi se ne bia mo kire se na mo kọ no se no kresa so bia speaker emma mo kwan no mo kotohye ne so a minyi ni se justifiable en yes ye justify se o mo akọ mo isi no yetemani mu na MPP hooligans omotura court omuko bubu ho no omoko ye nyina ye ne fa ye mu nyina betwabo mu ha adi na nado atemwa eka bi kire no eti se ene national security na se mo se mu ye national security nti minnim asem nim bebrede e bia na speaker mo ayi wa go ahead and as we release na mo na o sister loma and o mo ko se sa na tie dia fine but sa dia na se o sa ayi o che sa mra na se a me ni se o toto ano ha eye the anti american MPP for ko te sesu ebra na o ya sorry o mo ko na so dem ko tete no so pia dia che na be say a bedru ba bi no we ya president be ka say we you know say obi so be fa obeba obeye patapa na wato ahye so no de ko na na do tifie de na se yekoto hye ne so a say menye ni say sa na ye pe no me ye chi ne tumu even 3 days kura na do ko dem 3 days kura me pe but ese e fam la so de e minu se wadi o man dwirim mo asam mpe constitution said of akwa me kan da na no mo me atogu ba se be isu constitution ne dia ese me mu no man nyina ano se ye didi we ankrofo we tian na no mo osre kekekekeke enne NDC for the be so slow, you know, what so you say, be ochena no more, and so no more return, say Yanka be mom. Oh, say Ecobasa, na ye bokwa to Emma, in empire bomuno. Na soja for be retransfer no more. Me o mobile emede, any who say, Quasia phone a so. Omo de 2 minutes deal so wo mmara bia nya adwuma ba we no mo de na kwaye se omo ai se o edru ba bia omo yusu mmara edru ba bia mfa vo omo na omo ka patapa asem wo hu se democracy ni wo mu se de ni wo mu omo se ye de mmara no ye na se bia ediu dia na ye se patapa ni pieto ede mrana woro eno de fine meaning but said papa we na as majority phone nyina esoro kobo na chi dompem omo ana no mo ka se echi se NDC ni ana se politician bi di ade ni echi na mo bia nko ho no ko se hunu ene omo nyina bodompem akodi ho nya no na hame but me send ye to stemra no ena me no hame me de me mfa ho se o say din o me wo policy bi bombardie me policy bi se ade no ka to me so na me nim se enye nokora me mfa ho edin wo se no o se no won se no wo do anu aka me a metim nim se enye nokora utimu tron so antia mo anku etino opaka sam me nyada je kura no ma kire mu akire obi bisa me ko asam kura menka me ni ada je wo de openuti eno no enti me chop money so enyem bibia but say no kura so dia na say mu hu na mo yem no ma ye because o man ni etim no ye kan nyina say okay ne sa no man kada de Japan betran radio city mi ka se joy FM yeriko ke mu na ye ho adwuma tino nokre no ebi nso FM omu wia no maka kire se omba da ohoro nchansi mu o Germany e no ma ye no mo de to party enso sa no ma ye ba port ye yi ni nyina no mo aho omu teammate na nchansi ya mba ohuru mu a motimi anya sika amana ibesi sika no yenya ne tamse monye sika tamse na ye nkro bi aye de ba ye ba no aduane ni bi esa ohoro nchensin still ye ni bi se papa wo hu esa ni ade ne tie no but eye ono no ne smartness and o de move akọ enti se ne ship dealer kan ye no agrada anadwena o de biti o monti ese omo ko pe Yesu galedia ese otimi eye mo me no
what we say enti a normal question no say make us both the NPP and politicians no on say make us say or say otimi get to a point yes put a stop to all these flimsy allegations in this man and be na akoto abronye na on say na no dey on say abi enya chiwi we say na bi na wa yelem asebo
no abronye dey say ono nsem o kan wo gina so che na abronye oni bambo bia omuko no mkoche na omuche ntse kwa mbubi ansa mo de na problem ni because onye Ghana mramba
ebien sisi ya no unse sisi manot wo de share you manot fa kochro let yi actual letter comma the diplomatic community say omu protect here you know John in team no ene go boka say na sisi no mo kasa mo ton Ghana sovereignty yes yes sovereign country independent na Ghana be your aid ena wo kope mo free foreign country say be USCIA and I say a British military intelligence 6.
Bombardie me ma on for anu nsi se
omo protect you against the loss of your own land. Na MP before so like I say yeah, sovereign, and why. You look at what is going on. Oh.
I know the.
Yeah,
I know the.
What's a mark? I'm a question. If I told I can damn no yados. I was who was looking at 70 year. President Mahama Kushia, a diplomatic nano can as a mazono. One way the president dano. Nagan and your sovereign country, no, Nima no Casa Macho.
What you ask? They was him.
I President Mahama Kujina a diplomatic Ivona. No cast so many Akubuado and Wakazano. No, Tonga Ghana sovereignty and a diplomatic one. No,
yes, yes, I know Tonga, I can say sovereignty. Because it was America, another country saying we protect that.
No, Bombardier. It is Sankrofona or more and no more sorry, or more cast a near tone. Tama Mahama cancer from no more. So Sankrofona trouble Mahama and no more trouble, or Mudika. But man, Tibi Bisa say be Sankrofona trouble. I dare know Bombardier. Nipano so want to be no one.
Obi fathers or say a you, and who Obi MP, or Uno Sam Ramagana. One cousin to me a Newsroom Rano, who Janatwa Obi man say, or me protect one.
Africa Mrano and Yajuma. And Yajuma, Tabia make us a constitution, the kind of hacker. What power no? Uno detective. What power no? Uno detect anything make us say. Say no money be one year, Casso, a way president no. Or mindful in Ayanqua, not me boy that Makuma Dam Yemini Atino. Because President Nunqua single handedly, obey my BPR, where MPP 4 year winner. I dare bet check or bet me, I took Rumit Makoche, Aquaya Betum. Upon some Rani be ombit Makocheno, Ombe Hokrano Niho. Single handedly, Tuoni Bibiano, ya 2 baby are. We are one you, obey say. Some people now point to cry what to walk around home, so tune cry on to me. We are professional, you crack us at 20 minutes. That top boy snake, crocodile, book, doors, you can't say, Paton, the dragons, and say you in one way. Oh, you know, because you're 2 baby and assassin. Ain't a move far, or me no deep play, and no dear, may jitum, or man, yes, sir, or money baby. I don't know. So Ukraine or sorry I know nam Europe say omomuano onye sovereign enti ade ne de America no ne ho so
of akwa beti say no yen YouTube say Ghana no yenye sovereign state bi because say
yeah sovereign
ya papa foreigners o me
Dabi yeah sovereign Tio yeah sovereign you fan say Bombardier o de mama coach mama o yiba
I didn't know any question. What mean by two be my say, or me protective from one castle or by the sister say US for the or more a can say air bomber na abesi puano na who bar around a year says oh says be protected. Yeah, and the other every
say again say Bombardier the outcome
inviting the colonialists and then come was
no the outcome yet but okre woman say what dey meba Bombardier meba ti US asema okay ye no credit but ono so o te wa ne ho kire no Kwame despite or the neba ko school a waware won family on mama on kobosia but e bia me ba ko school a me kobosia eno nkire se mini family by me call Kwame despite wo ko bu nkoto je sem sere wa me nua boa me ye nyina your family so on the ade eti it depends situation now.
The institutions no Ghana no 8 months protection. No.
Dabi. Eno de enya no kre e ba sa de ne person e be ka no kre. Institution bia ni ho be ohwan na be fi wo ko position. Wo ko position.
Supreme Court one.
Oh, and then MPP for tie. MPP for obuko Supreme Court ni yi no.
Because this is say yenye so be biom.
And tesa.
Who invite insurrection. It is a enu bi na akoto Mali for ni Burkina Faso na say amayi no omeba
Yetiasio. What's now Okano? Yetiasia. By the Etienne say, MPP de asem we call Supreme Court na no. Chief Justice de. Omo for na age na anko. By so man ntimi anka. By Senka Yakufo-Addo era anka age no ebeko and as even don can this kura anko kro be bu asem na etomochi. By say see a wood born dog. Say wo be kwa ko bu asem na bra age no osuro. Omo na etimu no just yesi anka no kre wo mu ne say wo a wote so no wo na wo hihye mra wo na wo ye mra wo na wo ye bibia wo na wo bua bibia ni se one bi na nipa no betimi de fe modi afam enokura no wie kura be sa da tene no sesi a mahama ye law mahama ye judge mahama ye bibia ene de ese ese nka NDC ni wudi agro na NDC ni ku Ghana sesi o ku free o enokura de ba ko etse MPP tam no ye bobo nkrofo de ne de ye o ye bobi tu a ye waso okrotu aboni nam by satam no na mra wo Ghana na institutions wo Ghana wo de tu ahwe ne so se abono ni nam pe nam abubu obibi anye no enti wono na fenyo market no we smart onim sa no ma we nyina enti nya fe no ko se oko omo police form no onokra police ni kra na madika ka se osuro enti no kra de ne kai ba ho de omba ya no NDC so ba bi obetimi adwane akwa no because enunti ne ya Africa almost ye Europeans no.
Okay, yeah that's say ya YouTube say no Ghana enye sovereignty ni independent BMT be kakra mi say ye be invite mafuna sa ba na o ma beti say Gold Coast police na British for na the chassis sa na eti ye be ni sa na anya dia ye be call bi ma so ma o mo ankasa mra na o mo take over the police CID na bia na na bia na MPs kwan ye benya ye Gajenberg no nkofo na omotima be ye parliamentarians amaye na yes ya no ye jomudi na bibia nso akokama enti ye ka institutions na Obama ye kanu na ye ntiase but ebia na ne betiase o wa hene wo ha me se wogina ho ache but ni nyina no onso benya o 10 champo wo ho champo. Okay, a champion ebia one enkwani ye homework nti yenko enu mai paka so tie so a bama so na yako na esa be refresh because enche the tend to go so jumedi no beba I don't know say bibi utem abra na ye hu say ene ye be sha say ye hanom 3 na se 4 na ye hu say de bisi akono because is about 216 yes it's a trade ya na aka nti ene esa dia ye sa reshuffle no biom na ya Sasha senti ye shase a ye de ye eja chum be shase eja chum we de sese de ka wakoma musem eja chum
yeah hello
oh yes settings or honum
yeah
hey yo eja chum sese ye ko second one ye ne kakra na ya ko ye nti sese no na minim eye enti mfojo asem na ebe nyina won so woni ndem de na obeka fa ho
and sisi actually I'm picking up news national security for crack on fee a lot of members of parliament so I could that's the problem with before, especially Ghana. I mean, at age 68 years of independence doing politics, the way we do things, it's not the best. It is not the best. I mean, this is once too many. They should do it. They should be more professional about this. This is not right. Before, the substantive is. In team for the work, can send BP and then a and then play me no be see how he says he is a legend. Say, what can we? Me, dear main tiase any this national security invasion of this man's residence. The way they are doing it, you can go to the man's house to conduct a search, whatever. If you see baby, what to one year call. Can operate fee near co fee ni ye abruche nya ye bi. But you don't hear all these coca the way I Ghana and quad ye the sano. So my question is why is Ghanaian authorities not able to do it. You know, study. There are good templates. If you are but they do it on the cover. I mean, America, more secret service, FBI for intelligence. They go for such an operation. Yes, UK, where they are. It's too confrontational. I mean, what I know, they say, and I remember, my last born, he's a police officer. Oh, so they go on such secret missions. Most of the time they are trailing on the American forefront. They trail somebody. They tail you. Most drug addicts. They will follow you. They suspect somebody. They will tell you for days. They want to get the hard evidence before they struck it. Where dear Omi say, and the me news na me picking there. It says, Woman call by woman to me, auntie, papa, no, and uncle. So, woman call day. See, what dear friend in BNI is to do with intelligence. You just don't walk in as if you say, me, not what. They should let their intelligence department work with a level of professionalism. And when they've got enough evidence, they can go in. But this, I think it's too unnecessarily confrontational for me. I'm not happy with the style of going in people's homes. And yet it's too rough for me. And I think, in as much as I want wrongdoing to be dealt with, the format I take it, there are better ways of doing it. But so far, I've not seen them, applying all the intelligence. Other developed nations, that is where my problems. I'm not happy with it. They should do it, with intelligence. Before, but when they just roam in and Rambo style in them. I know I don't think it's professional enough for me. They don't allow the intelligence team. The intelligence team should be tailing a suspect for days, weeks. When they've got enough comparative evidence, then they can go in there. But and then the obviously
national security omo say ebia kwa ni ekoko ni ma ni need oni lactogen sa no mana say cause I don't think say there is different from the ye hu no baby. So national security he doesn't need speaker's permission sa no mano. Otherwise the become a national security no be CID. So because the incorporation MP for omso akofie ho akokada ho. That was also an intrusion of a national security way. A cause say Nigeria ni ya oko blocking for FIA, or preventing national security from stopping them. It is a national security to the force, because the national security then how do you control this kind of indiscipline?
Then
because because a crime, say national security for be man will prevent all. Say
okay, and they're not just then why don't we allow the proper state institution, a crime? I'm happy you use that word, a crime there. Can we now at this stage allow the law, the judiciary of Ghana to then charge the people who are preventing national security agents from doing their work? I want to see that.
They are even calling for diplomatic, almost calling for a diplomatic, it's almost protective of Moshe. And no be na eto nkroma Samuel Abujinapo calls on diplomatic community to protect MP Honorable John Intimfojo and safeguard parliamentary independence. Isn't that the same as inviting foreign intrusion?
I don't know. The young man Samuel Abujinapo onim yansa, we a lawyer, also a lawyer onim yansa. Ghana is a sovereign state. Your sovereignty, your law.
Diplomatic bonds.
They say the same thing.
Bombardier, what I'm saying is now I'm expecting this administration to speak to the your friends, the MPP leadership, say, don't you know, infringement of our national, your friends, national security rules. They don't know the law more than anybody else. They are in power. They are protecting the. I don't know our constitution. The sovereignty of Ghana is sacrosanct. They cannot. JB Dankobusianum, Womutia Brofoti San, say Ghana. Now, no, they should say, Ghana is free. We don't need this is an internal matter. Now, Fena, you before the woman you sabotage. The Biania British for they don't rule Ghana. So, I see a Casa language in the that is what I'm expecting. Say, who should say, even the Attorney General of Ghana should make a statement, say, as someone MPP leadership, a threat to national security. Full stop. Want to make us say diplomats, you see, your governance, you know. You see, but I say this MPP and this woman rubbish. One tuning in us. I come for will be able to say 1 year sika. Kanyama pa ayira. Sa your friend say containers ayira or your friend say easy name. Anya Akufo the time you see here. Akufo the fight corruption. Show me one corruption. Corruption charges about 8 years in or clear woman. Sa containers ayira. Aya krono akoso that the air can't once or before they didn't go pass. Anya Akufo the time the win in so and the cost and that woman you know and one return at the papa bank and the Kufa Boa Ghana 8 years and upper or no in the water woman yeska and the Ghana air software is maybe a taxpayer. Misika can prepaid, but yeah, cables and Kedibe a cable yassan ama fires as a friend of market where a board of governors that ECG and one to big Mahama woman you know till now. What Mahama is also doing wrong when they say, I then as I cable to be free to Mahama be pay Ashama. Any part manager your last second security. By this time I say me pay about 2 weeks. And there are 3 or 4 people should be locked up in his own prison by now. As the NC will be out. Here, you better retrieve some maybe December 20 Christmas Day. Now say we now a foolish case. Yes, and Ama Abino I know to say. Mahama is a diab or president. But when Timothy will be asked, someone buy for 2-3 weeks in India. And I then part that came with the TV free to Mahabo Piashama. Somebody is responsible. Yeah, yes, I clear the car. Washama, Yanamana, yes, I. This is 3-4 people should be locked up in Central Police Station behind by now, by this after 2 weeks. And so, woman can just say, I see the Pabako cry. It shows you how stupid this government is. Mahama administration that this is stupid. Equally, MPP say stupid. What we do are the same. Useless. Me, when I see people supporting these 2 parties, they don't have the interest of me. Me, I'm a citizen. Me, I'm from Britain, but the foreign money, I'm back home. I can't woman economy no. And I will Quabrana and say about this car by dollars. Yeah, I just buy a portal. See, I want to never buy nothing for you. That's what the MPP, with the NDC. So, Chrono, of course, what TV will be out. You better try to Christmas Day. Still, I mean, you be a number so a BNI for more call a team for your fee. And then among Habo, port manager, Yanti will be a say, you're Quanco for fee, what's BNI? As one way, we are cables, I was Yanti will be a wait me pass on just any BNI for Yansako in team for your own year BBO. Not Tabahabo, your chrono acco. Yeah, I affect me. Maybe prepare. Me see cacao. Yeah, the cable. I'm saying 2 weeks the NT about 1 crowd. 1. You go be a fee. Does it make sense to you? You can't tell me say MPP and this is a stupid party, sir. You see, they're too rubbish. I can't. Until what you have compare. I saw a case one was suspected. Say play never see here. It be a cocaine womb. I know he has here going to fee. The ayira pa ya no kwasa ayira cables. Maybe taxpayers. I don't want to taxpayers. I know you 2-3 weeks the NT about crowd. As to say national security for Okroma. One Okroma, the woman cut Mahabo, the NT Pabes 10. I found your market, no one went from Google sale 2 weeks, back penny, and so on to be yet. See, so that's how, politics are time. Why, gee, Obin Kemi. Obin, hello, platforms, why, you know.
That's it, where we are. Mamenko eja ahenu so eja ofa kwawe But we'll find out where it's at.
Wakami in front of a friend Nana Ahenu. A Henu. Ija was work.
You with the or typical grad the game, but then you say, oh, typical. Okay, any or typical, you move reference way that you go of a body or final. Okay.
Bombardier.
Fana
deɛ no ana sɛ ɛde aba no nti nyame boa ɔkyena because esi a prepare akɔ ayi PSG versus Aston Villa ɛna Barca ɛne ayi ɛfrɛ ɔmo sɛ Dortmund for nti no prepare na akɔ nyame boa ɔkyena
yo near Mom Chamber League Musumonia Brenti near Moncoche be na enche ye beto amo. You okay, ye better say any mammy call a year making final ways.
Yo, Accra, Medasi, Accra, Medasi, na said, my Ghana, and a penisi atono. O maya, Unyanko Paya, Dom, Coache, good, watch a bibia, uviase, and we no de, and no bonnet. Eye cocaine near Madiama Columbia for and common find your mine. Mason said, John Mahama, do for the pennia, only do for the pentino, or so mine, only the berry as a ram, your pen or dear. Cause, said ye, fairness, and men and I go to me, I mean, and I benewa. A quasia 4 2 million, a cut to a bamano. Ain't your pen of person or your money, guma in any more. Okoka, yes, a man Casania Becho. Any MBP party, the Grana, I say, a Ghana for a boa phenomenon, or one a very revival party. No, they say, was a normal now when a group Kakra, or Mako, say, Anna, the Baby was a Banafi demonstration, a Banafi demonstration, Banafi, the Dene Banafi, Quasia Muno, daddy. And Fahuni Jandam will be a bear, or mine or take Ghana Hormone, and a Papa Bia, Nenia Bros, a prepaid or 800 cities. Na hwe to na akwa de kasa na hwe asenti ne wo na ena mu zo no kasa prefo no ho wo beti ahua me de mpa ya de bia me bo anu no me mpa ya me bo anu se omo a omo se ekufu ado ba odi omo to nkane mu a omo mpe nkane a wo ma niema ye bokwa ama omo se omo pe no omo pe de bafu no se pre edi gu omo so a ye be so akwa yi lebi ene ade o wi yi lebi no tax dodo a wasan de ahya ase wa ma wom. And I'm a bomb and say, my John, and I'm the John, no one, no. We share Jimmy for we be if you say a Venice, a Quachi Jason, any I seen him. We connect for you on sober. Achichi. Okay, just to a black one, a belly for dear Craman, not in a 9 baht watching. And I'm for betrayal law, said the Mraya, said, Jinas near Chimrana, ye say no boom, Rasan and Mrania, Juman and Mrania Juma. Miss Omo, the Omo Quachi and I do. Na na do kwa na mpese o motche no because do mama e den e be ready ni fie asa ache na ka ho do mama o point na so 100 years cocaine ye suspect say ni fie no mo de akogu tie so be ko ready ni fie akọ we cocaine wo enti o de no mo pa bia o mo nye o be kro mo nti MPP fo ni nyina kogu ba bi o so mo digu tumi ni wo mo nsem enne ma hu akwa bi o so fi Burkina Faso na ono no Burkina no ye fa ne kwese national security mu na nkrofo bi obeye ne ya fa o mu na security bi ono so no o qualify na wa mamu a Burkina fo ene Niger fo ene take control Liberia fo ne friends Ivory Coast fo ene di ama ene semfo se no obedi semfo obedi ani ye tietia Ghana fo farm di so ko mo nje Ghana fo ya kwese Burkina fo na Gonja fo asesa o mu se ye fa tete Ghana fo ye de emfa ye ho ni omu pe bi omu nye Papa J no kitetu no kura no kura wantimi intimidate nkrofo hwehwu nkrofo ye nye sa ayifu baza wala afo omu na ma so omu koje achedie no be te we ne be omu ni omu koso anchi ye ba be allegations se sia bo bi agandama kese papa ko ye allegations se ye chiko ke ye 300 and something million $300 and something million ade e o kekos. Yes, yes, plane and home and I'm 300 and something million. Who told you that? Your Ghana home for a container me, you be see Jose. Your fake money. Any nearby. It's for one go and once him. Obusa send me answer.
mienu no mo ka no maye obne hu sema ba beka kire Ghana fo nyansafo se ade na ye ko hu wo honom no se ni asi ya chi nipa ye ko hu container se si obi fie anim ana esi obi asase so kwani ya che no mo mpe no kure na Ghana fo mpenti na ne ye ne Mese Mandela bia me ka chem se Mandela eye bibini na che ne te se ndisi amamu fun tantan we bi na che na koku no adama na timi kasa yesi democracy na ya kana no say wo do ya allegation esi acho obi a wo ho kwan so ya allegation be no man gu na no omo mo kasa na na gari premu wo soro ho no no omo de tawo koma na nado e wo prenu se nana wo do ya wi age pepa ho omo na omo na de tawo man so onye pepa no ho allegation nya nkoso Ghana so bi akoya allegation ti ese e kire na so ko se ka se omo ba koya allegation o meyi o ma no se na na do dware wo wie mu a keni pa se na beka ayi e honom ka se na e be chi om mom pe no kure na se Sam George enche bia e na o ka se cocaine ko ha ye yi wa ha ye de ko ha o akisu ayi CDS kro ho soja fo pe akisu e wo Ghana ho pa na ko che no One chain wo Ghana hono. There's obi person there ye mo wa hwe. Achim ni kura na ne nananom. Ene ne amanfo prefa ahudie kofa kwa me nkroma ba kura no. Ajejenje bi kana sem na se ntwamu nkoe. Na nye go nya ni tani. Ene yen kana sem Ghana one e ka kire ho. Obi antimi hu obi o man mu. Ghana na nye ntafo man ya. Nye ntafo kuro. Obi abehuru obi o man mu. Ye ka bo mate ase enne ne o kyena ka ho. Mo fan koma jo mahama
below the belt
below the belt you had no more play mafia serpent who can it no a president who told you that below the belt and then below the belt serpent ni hwan na mo fan na do no then you below the belt then you below the belt me so obi ehuru obi o Ghana ho ye mo obi ehuru obi na obi an kan kata po nso obi ayem ho Ghana ho tell dem wo ho kwan tell tutu din obi ni kwan so betu din there's nothing below the belt. The mutimi fra chem mafia fo a e betimi afa gonja ntafo e wo ba bia e obi a who told you that
yeah that's it you kwabna na Martin Ekano Alex bamaso
meba baby akwabna ode kono o ko too bad sa yes ye free
mo fra chem mafia anyway no mo hu se mo ko fa
train zo on better
mo pa chem mafia no mo obi ka je zo ko obi ko fa o se butimi ka asantefo and asantefo no hu ehi wo Ghana ye ka asantefo se bi asantefo o tu ko nyamu di na tam madamo ye bi ta ko ko tem ni hu se e ko mo ni ye na mo ka no
wo de sia wo de wo pa kwa bezu maninda na mi ko menim. Okay, Maupana was
Miko platform me so. Chese IS Asante for platform or Hineno say or Hineno platform was you. Chese omo de Jamre omo person omo ti omo hu free Ghana ho. Ti okwa o kasembia yenga tasemu a debi so anka bibia amwa asantefo no a omonti ase na mi busa me say nti asantefo omunim development obi a wonim development dey say wunse wunsu na omoti omohun omo be say Burkina Faso no ma kope omotema na omo kra niema abefa onmo na ye dia bro na mi buza se o ma na emu Asante manu emu no wase mu bibia na ana mo mpedwuma mo mpedwuma akwadufo no ma wan
o ka sa te fo ase medi o matem so mo mpedwuma na abeka te kwabna de se kwabda
meki eye opapa be erozo baby a wode pado eno so enye you retract it ye ko ye and you must say you know wo be ka de wahu men kofa eho yi aha ka de wo say ye ensu ase ne yi but men ka so mo yakwadwofo ana so mo mpedwuma da bi edo de ado so below the belt
anyway anyway eba koko edwuma wo mo na ma wo ka ho bi na koko etumi gina wo Ghana ene emeti ase bete koko kra no wo mo bob modi koye wi a afi na wo mo afiri ho no ma betena kumasi di enim no anyway ya fa wo se wo mo nim sika pe bete but o mebia no so wo person o chechire o man na wo ye mistake na o makwa mu bi incorrect wa nyame apata o be fi se de wo ye no eyo nti e no de me tu o mofo saa na ewura yi ni wa unua ba ohima chesenka ya o mbeboa campaign kesi a o mo ye no wo TikTok fo eno so eno segmaro no mo yi uko platform so asante sem no ani ohine no ntokwa ntokwa bia yeso oni eyi e friend sen nana agimai bedua se hwan enya kete bina wa Kenya zatem se dan ntokwa no nyanse ni bi ni wa odi no ho begimu eno kwa ho asem enti ayesi eja no mo aso na wo mo ti won na wo mu huhu saa se de beye ebede mo hwe na Ghana no say already wa brand bremi say de wo mo esi agiriga yensuo ya giriga yensuo ye hu kwan kro a de betumi a restore sa damages ni afi de ye di beka ho ni tribal differences okay say de mo pe Ghana no nti ye be fansa ye bua se de be ya wo ma na betumi akikire ye copy free owura ya wo we soro ho ya branch afi de kwabna pa de be asante sam de any tribalism no de yesremo mo fantin ke why mama dodo ne toma no ya ma ne 4 years plan saying mandate nti wo mu se de o si panu bia Ghana mo constitution no kire nti ye fa ne sa eduma no asi
yeah that's it yo Alex also for final break
one body adena de ma naka mo yae unfair kakra wo kwa me so obi ba tiatia mo ke kan se bi ye tani ni azefo na Ghana no
Alex on with the can strictly say kwabna
body yeah o se o papa me retract kwabna de wa ma na retract fe na nka se o ma na retract stand
Alex
come on
Alex asema me catch mekino so what you say the same way and number so ye etina me man kase wo se me mute no because o kasa no se there be enko fa hwan because baby o na dangerous but na person so na ayi so be yes the same thing etima me omude ni nyina enye etina me kase baby a ready enya no so onye the one retract me kase on retract na say kwamna de so what you say won say the same thing na number so ye but na me mute no nti yes so sa
the American say bomba de wa say ye ba ha ye kasa ni bre so de ba ye di agron so amamuo na ebinim bu Ghana for mo to aba no do mo adimi mpo na mo to ma adimi fo a esei o ma me no papa mu nyina wo mbio unim sa ti de adimi fo di so a wono there is no way it is all about be ka say ukunu adimi na wagina ho ma jimi ni aye wala ma wate ase akoda ho ma one wa wo ma o du wagimi a o bi de ho na adimi mo etinu there are some certain words you don't need to use them here oh enyina no amamuo na yebu to mahama ye say wafa monye fair wo radio so ha obi bo ba o se me defend the NDC enti no defend the MPP na ada ma wo hu so party ni na wo defend obi a nti so obi a parliamentarian na so commit crime na yan who speaker of parliament ya yan kwachi ni wo hu na so obi se be kwa kwachi ni so a why na nim say ye kwaji permit na ya anye permit na ye kofa parliamentarian waka allegation crime commitment be na change we see cocaine abai play or abesi ho Jubilee House ko try to tell you say I don't know enye cocaine we see change the cocaine na Ghana dane your friend is saying hab e friend cocaine hab what did the baby a play no 2 years ko see Las Palmas nyina e wo Gran Canaria e wo Spain sani pan yes bra na yem fire friend is saying yembra na beka ayifo ho na yenye investigation wa ma
unam radio to radio say wono omumum na emfa evidence mrana wo evidence there. What kind of nonsense is that? Obi say it's akọ na omukọ ho na omukọ yede na nengwa na ma ya ti obi say yede Rambo style ache no na munhu de eba kora munhu de eba aka e chida bruna sum kura bo no mani hu wo jimi na anim abekan wo hada bia say NDC for the speak out for play eco Brazil eyanungu ase egu nani ma ase wo na adwuma enti wo betre TV so say waban e de cocaine e de Ghana ye cocaine hub a enyanungu ase na eno no ye che wa enye crime nti me nim de wa moye mo argument a obi pede me boa ma yenye za argument say ye criticize aban na o ka say da bia na e be criticize aban I'm telling obi a say Ghana enye obi a na GC ho ye na ye wo Ghana na GC ho ye o manfo nya o mo sa concert party no say binum nanam ho mo nanam na e di Ghana mo de abokro no akromfo aban we ye free so ne no eno da so ye wo ya amambo we o mbe Ghana salute and say we o mu vi aye ne nyina ya ba eno ade aye hwehwe ne say ye nche obi a na mom ye de hwehwe sika na ye nya wi a so mu nyina gu aban mu akromfo we kura na no no mo te so na mo titi nipa mo ya akromfo no ene ye tu omo a te say da so omo ya se ye tu omo da mamo kankan na e ko ye ndinka ye pesen ka enko so anwo so I don't get that argument there obi na eno no kwabra timi kasa duru say ye pese tani bedi ye hwe what kind of tribalism is that mo de ma akani no amamo kankan amamo fun sa mo kuro mo nso nyina jo ma hama na ye si ona mo ba no bedwo mo num za na amafo yi o mo ni na o kasa te se de jama sabi ewi ase ne ye ba ko for dia masa yes remo de ka so bi ya tin mafia jo ma hama so firi kuro bi so edu friend is on so ye gonja mafia there's no problem but so ye tani no de Ghana nkwa na etim TV so ka se o afi de ntafo mienu e na ebebu man ntafo mienu na ye de omo abegina Ghana nkwa the only country among who say ye disrespect your presidential candidate John Mahama any your president vice president Bawumia so mo ye ntafo ola entafo mienu na video de omo banti e video mu nya hwenka bio na at the TV so ni pagina television so no kan sa azemi what kind of people are you ya traba sa ye ko kan so amo se na anu ada ne ye bubu amanfo aso ye bubu amanfo tu na ni pagina TV ayi we radio we so say se uye na se uye bema ye kujao uye bema ye kujao de uye bema ye ngunyao na mo se ba mo hu ye be kire mo bibi pa ma mo be sunu suo opposition wo za ni pa do so ya fezu mo ka opposition me yansan we gwe o hwe na bi na furu te fe de ya ho no to e no wa be gina wo say sitting member of parliament na nka
Alex ozu ba be ye corruption ezuzu ozu ye at home in the boy attack personality they had na yet who make it fine at submission ezuzu maybe akode ye mpese body sa no at home in name personal attack there be yes demo and you fine who make a submission now stick to the submission men ye personal attacks near there no who make corruption and go into the wrong you eti for way you see na empon kwa na mema eja say empon no ha enti ti aseta eti we so a no for me you eja say is a point never we share so good na
yo na ai osa makisa da osopani so tia osopani kasa na nado egari wo wiem no na ya allegation ai ono ane so afọ nitiwu na omo friend of parliament and we be some another na wiem share mo ka we dey asa no board ndo no ono be kasa omo pe some certain spec be na we no o bathroom mu ase bi amampani no udu na se bi ese shower down now and say no meeting it wasn't an allegation from anybody else nitiwu na be kan obo ani enso e he said yeah decided to target and address wo ga obi and nitiwu na e de ba na ka empodi na ka ni enim
just say hello. Na I'm say just say we rata na onum. Yo, any say ya just say ya okay. Just say ya ntene ka de ne ye besre aha na ye di adwumede ne nyina besi question and answers no. Ye besi ye da mu nyina etiefo nyina ase. Na say de kai no ye besre tribalism ne personal attacks ne de enya de akonfo radio esoso so. Ye ba ye beta address issues asem ne da ho no. Aha issues no. Na mu say bia we say na ne ho aye say de bi. Ye nyina ye o man baako different tribes, different ethnicity and ye one Ghana. And this woka asem na bako na ye boni a ka boni a waye. Aha ka boni a waye men fan kofra ye baby o free any de de bi. Eno say etimi di nsem pi eba. Enti obi funkum ayo funja na yentimi ma asundie etimi mbra na ya address issues because the moment so ye personal attack there and no it can even lead to defamation and then no maybe aha enti say the bakoni wrong cry na say we attacking personality there and also obetimi edwa ko baby so ko ba we address ade a wa ye there and there ha e wo ho no nti ye fa ne sa na ye nko ye nim say of why late there but ye said o ka say nyame boa ye nti ye nyina ye fa tu fu ne ba ye nyina ye nwanom na address issues wo so obi aka say Ghana ya na ye pe you but obi a o kwa your so candidate but address issues no be ka dia and you obitima ka issues be obeka but ye srem personal attack odi pedua ho asem ni tribe ni yi die moma ye facing chen nya say obi suba so wo ka enche obi suba ebe ye na ye hwehwe na etiefo nso tie ye radio etiefo nso tie because yes na wo say etimi ha adwen nti ebe srem moma ye nsua sa de na ye nko nti ye bedam ase bia in the next 10 you know ye beba for turning to God's way dwumadie no ebesua nyame asem nti obia mba ba